Welcome to the 5th EV Summit. The EV Summit has three things in common with the World Cup. We have Visa as our headline partner. We've relocated to the winter for the first time ever, and we have in you our fantastic delegates, world-class players on the pitch. The EV Summit has achieved some major successes in its 5 years. 5 years ago, Toddington Harper from GridServe stood here to announce the digital launch of electric forecourt, now one of the major EV hubs in the UK. And significantly, a collaboration was forged at the first EV Summit between Oxford City Council and a consortium of private sector partners that led to Project Leo and to Redbridge EV Hub, a £41 million project, Europe's most powerful EV hub, all as a result of the people and the process in this room here today. I look forward to future news on some huge and significant new partnerships in just a few short years' time that come into being as a result of this year's EV Summit. So thank you so much to Oxford City Council, Oxfordshire County Council, Oxford University and Oxford Brookes for their support this year, and in particular to Vicky Robbins of Oxford City Council, the Council's EV lead, Mish Tula, the Deputy Leader of the Council, and Paul Gambrell, who heads up EMOBILITY at the County Council. We're delighted to feature two sets of Oxford organisations in the reception area, those Oxford universities and the Council and City, as well as a private sector group of businesses in the Oxford EV Business Hub. So thanks very much indeed to all of those partners. We're also featuring an e-mobility scale-up accelerator, which we've launched at this year's summit, and then will go on to become an ongoing process to help startups scale up to become major players. Key housekeeping point on our app, the Digital Introductions app. This is your business development partner for the summit to pre-arrange your meetings and get full visibility on other delegates at the summit. This really is our unique tool for the summit, and I'm absolutely delighted that this was developed by leading Ukrainian e-mobility software firm Extra West, and I could not be happier that my good friend Max Reznichenko from Extra West is here from Ukraine today. A key point on the app, where the digital world meets the real world, there are some points on the app that designated meeting points. Reception area 1 is the Christmas tree. Reception area 2 is the reception desk. Pavilion 1 is the front of the pavilion. Pavilion 2 is the back of the pavilion. So do have those points in mind. If you have any issues with the app, my colleague Eon, who's our master of the app, will be available at the reception desk for any technical issues you may wish to look at. If you hear a fire alarm, there is a fire. So the protocol is to just simply make your way to the concourse at the front of the Said Business School building. I'll just finish off by a few thank yous. A thank you to our superlatively strong sponsors, to Visa, our headline partner, to Connected Curb, Shell Recharge, BP Pulse, Geotab, Scottish Power, All-Star, and a big and special thanks to Auto Trader, who will be our headline partner for the next 3 years of the EV Summit. So huge thanks to all of those sponsors, and in particular Auto Trader. So on that note, I hand over now to Mark Palmer, Brand Director at Auto Trader. Mark, please do come to the stage to lead this morning's sessions.
Good morning, everybody. Hello. Thank you, Aid. Thank you for joining us for the 5th year of the EV Summit at this wonderful location, and congratulations and well done to everybody for the way this looks. I think it is a really understated but powerful place to hold the event. So for many of you, this is a welcome back to the EV Summit after a turbulent period. Just understated, turbulent period. But we're delighted to welcome new partners and delegates, of course. And this is going to be 2 days of really engaging discussion. There's going to be a chance to discuss solutions to the key areas that we all need to address, and really to focus on the decarbonisation of automotive. So as Aid said, I'm Mark, I'm a brand director at Auto Trader, and really just a couple of words on what we do. It's the UK's largest automotive marketplace. Around 10 million people use Auto Trader every month. Excuse me. They spend 3 in every 4 minutes of their car buying research, and that's interesting because it gives us a really granular and unique view on what people are doing when they look at cars, and especially on the path to electrification. So we're delighted to be hosting the event today in partnership with Visa, the University of Oxford, and of course GreenTV. Now, over the next 2 days, the 10 panels that are scheduled for the EV Summit will address key areas of the whole e-mobility sector to help us reach the essential targets with which we're all familiar, and also to help us provide a secure basis and mantle for future generations to work from. Now, today, the areas that we're going to be covering are firstly simple payments. So the title of that session is going to be how can paying for an EV charge be as easy as buying a coffee? That's something that everybody would love to see, of course. Then we're going to talk about overcoming electric anxiety. We're going to cover smart charging and its readiness for large-scale monetization. We'll move on to talk about future-proofing property. And then lastly today, data, fleet experiences, and the road towards profitable sustainability. So that will be the agenda for the day. And then tomorrow, we will discuss how to grow EV adoption, making EVs easier to afford, charge and buy, followed by collaborative councils and companies. Then on to the future of the on-the-go networks, hubs, fleets and high-powered charging. We'll stick with that fleet theme thereafter with a session on driving fleets forward, how to accelerate the transition to EV in fleets. And then lastly, tomorrow, delivering an equitable charging network, charging for all. Now, importantly, this is about more than just a talking shop. We've all been to lots and lots of these events and heard lots of good opinions and insights. But this is about being a platform for change. Aid and the team have been very, very keen to stress that. We want to utilize our own business development programs working together to enable partnerships and collaboration that will power the acceleration of decarbonised transport solutions. Now, that's similar, of course, to what we've seen here in Oxford this past year. As Aid mentioned, the opening of Europe's largest charging forecourt is something that was birthed right here at this event just a few years ago. So to help do that, we've encouraged our speakers to go back and forth in the last few weeks, talk to one another. We'll talk about engaging with positive challenge, discuss the solutions that each of them are working on separately and openly. We've got an excellent speaker lineup over the next couple of days, and we hope that you're inspired by the conversations to create change in your own work and in your own communities. And the only way to do this will be through dialogue, collaboration, and actions. So with this, I would like to introduce Louise Upton, the Cabinet Member for Health and Transport for Oxford City Council, for some opening words.
Thank you. Good morning, everybody. I'm absolutely thrilled to be able to extend a really warm welcome to the EV Summit 2022 at the Saïd Business School. We've got an amazing group of people here. I think we've got leaders from across business, local and national government. We've got people from all kinds of sectors, EV vehicles, charging infrastructure, energy production, battery production, IT, payment systems, all of the ingredients for a fantastic conference. Now, in Oxford, we pride ourselves on being a city of innovation, and I think we are now recognised nationally and internationally as a hub for electric vehicle infrastructure and innovation. And I think that makes us the natural home for the EV Summit. We did have to fight to make sure you were here this year. But given that we've got this sort of world-beating combination of knowledge, research and innovation right here for the EV sector. For the City Council, we feel it's a great opportunity for us to showcase some of the electric vehicle collaborative projects that we have delivered with the private sector partners through our Oxford EV Innovation Group. This year has actually been pretty phenomenal for us here. Earlier in the year, we introduced the country's first zero emission zone. It's just a few streets in the centre of Oxford, but if you want to drive in those streets, unless you're in an electric vehicle, you have to pay. It took a lot of officer resource, actually, to make that work. We had to engage with all of the businesses. We needed to buy special delivery vehicles for our covered market and things. But that's the pilot. It's gone really well, and we will be expanding it. Other projects that we have going are the sort of county-wide Oxfordshire Park and Charge system, which is 250 new charge points across Oxfordshire using a new local charge point provider. Then there's the Leo project, which has been mentioned, and as of 2 days ago, or as of last week, I think I can now call it the award-winning Leo project, which is trialling solutions to assess the role that flexible energy has in balancing the energy network, sort of including vehicle-to-grid management. And I must mention our other Leo partners include Oxford Brookes, SSEN, and the County Council with us on that, and Low Carbon Hub, which is a community-led initiative within the city, which gets power. It's about installing power-generating things on school roofs and things like that, as well as energy-saving measures for residents throughout the city. And I know this team are already working on the planning for Leo 2. The City Council, we have our own company which is developing and now trialling a solution for EV charging for terraced houses, which of course is going to be, I think, really important for the future of EV. The council itself has set out our own strategy. We passed it in our cabinet in July for how we are going to get a sort of fair and equitable rollout of EV charging infrastructure across the city. The jewel in the crown, of course, has been, as everyone is going to mention today, I think, the Energy Super Hub project, Europe's most powerful EV charging hub just on the edge of the city right here. Tesla, Fastned, Winea, all sorts, capacity for a couple of hundred. It's going to be critical for electrifying our own fleet of bin lorries, etc., that we have fast charging possibilities there. And it's for us, actually, it's not just about EV charging, it's also powering ground source heat pumps for 60 of our council houses. And it's got innovative technology, which means that the power drawn and given is managed on a sort of minute-by-minute or second-by-second basis. So everything's going to be charged with the cheapest, greenest electricity possible. And I should just give you a notice, why do we care about this in the City Council? Why do we care how people travel around the city? For us, there are twin drivers, which are air quality and climate change. So while we know that about 1 in 17 deaths in the city are linked to air pollution, and we know that about 2/3 of the nitrous oxides emissions in the city come from transport, we have to do something about our air quality. Secondly, of course, climate change, and you don't need me to tell you why we cannot keep pouring fossil fuel into our cars and carbon dioxide out into the atmosphere. So I came here today on my electric bike. I noticed bikes didn't really feature in the intro, but I love my electric bike. My husband would have gone to work today on his electric motorbike if it wasn't quite so icy. But you know, electric is the future. And I think we have here today every important player in the electric vehicle world. It's an expanding field. There's room for you all to collaborate with each other, to synergize, and I want you all to use these 2 days to network like mad with each other. As has been mentioned, 4 years ago, a conversation started here over coffee that led to an idea, that led to a collaboration that got bigger and blossomed into Europe's most powerful charging hub on the edge of the city, just a couple of miles from here. And that was an incredible collaboration of public and private and academic worlds. So today, I am really looking forward to hearing the latest news and talking to all sorts of current and potential future partners in this industry, to the most influential and informed people in this sector. And most of all, I want someone to be able to stand here in 5 years' time and talk about some amazing things that started over a Danish pastry here today. So, go, listen, talk, think, and enjoy.
Thank you, Louise. What a great start that is. The breadth, the energy, the commitment that we heard just there, so many little details that are really, really important to make all of these things knit together are being thought about and worked upon. And actually, of course, that sounds like it's a plan that's been in the making and in the development and in the delivery for quite a long time. So it feels almost like we're kind of between us all at the beginning of really what we need to try to do, doesn't it? But there's a fantastic start being made right here and something from which we can learn. I'm sure there are other great things going on all around the country, but Oxford certainly is in the vanguard, isn't it? When we talk about areas of the country, of the UK, that are making the greatest strides, the fastest strides to change things, then certainly Oxford is always in that conversation. So we're going to move on to our first keynote speech of the day now. So joining us via Zoom, I'd like to welcome Stephen King, who's the VP of Sustainability Solutions for EU Visa. Good morning, Stephen.
Good morning. Thank you for welcoming. Grateful for the opportunity and sorry not to be able to be there in person. The weather beings have had other plans for me in the past 24 hours. Living down in Sussex, we've had an early white Christmas here, which I'm sure a lot of you are experiencing as well. Many of my other colleagues have been able to make it, so hopefully you can connect with them over the day. This morning, I wanted to share a few thoughts before the first panel begins about how we are seeing this sector evolve and our approach. Firstly, though, I wanted to share our thanks for being able to play a part in this EV Summit, and congratulations to the team, as others have mentioned, bringing together this leading event in the area, and to all the participants and other speakers to share their voice in playing your role, our role in accelerating this transition towards an electric vehicle future. It goes without saying that, but often needs continuing to say that within this decade, we must see the fastest economic transformation in the history of the world. Transition the size of the Industrial Revolution at the speed of the digital revolution. Today, carbon is built into so many of our systems of production and consumption, and the required innovation is across the spectrum from circular economy, new technologies, carbon capture, and lifestyle changes. This transformation is starting with carbon, but quickly expanding to all parts of people, place, and planet. The world, as we see, from our vantage point, is at a tipping point, a good one, with regulations and societal pressures driving both challenges and opportunities. And the payment sector has always played a role, an innovative role in any economic transformation. We're currently seeing many areas, including low carbon emission urban mobility, sharing economy, sustainable retail banking, and data-driven sustainability services. We believe Visa is uniquely positioned to play an exponential effect in the sustainability space and currently working across our clients, designing and building services, offers in order for customers to have more choice, for business to have more agency, embedding sustainable in everything we do, operating both in our own house, in which we've committed to our own targets, but importantly for the discussion to follow about how we can work with all of our clients to enable the ecosystem in order to do more and more in this area. We wanted to share a few things that we're seeing with this shift to a more sustainable future in the case of EV, based again, driven by our purpose. So this paradigm shift that we're seeing, and we see some quite big changes over the past decades that we've been around, but this one is really, really big. The EVC market, as you well know, is already valued at over 30 billion. The EV market as a whole expected to grow to 7 trillion. And many of the top automakers have already made their pledges, not only the pledges to commit to net zero, but also many countries have made the commitment to ban ICE in the coming decade. With that, one of the most exciting bits, and also referenced already this morning, is that there are over 300 companies we're seeing just in Europe that are participating in EVC in some form. That creates an incredible ecosystem, an opportunity for innovation, an opportunity for more and more collaboration in order to move stuff at scale. So a couple of the data points that we're seeing that we thought we'd share, just to give a taster of the things that we're tracking and are interested in. On the left, you'll see that low carbon travel purchase volume is a percentage of all spend. So tracking everything from and including all forms of urban mobility, so public transport, as well as EV charging. And then on the right-hand side, EV charging purchase volume is a percentage of all spend. Many folks at Visa have been shocked to see this almost get to 1% over the coming last quarter, and we're still seeing this move even with some of the headwinds with the coming recession or slowing of the economy. This is not a story of just the UK. It is happening all across Europe, and we're seeing EV charging transactions, a fairly good measure with MCC code now having a different for EV, being able to see it shift across all the markets, accelerating, continuing to move through, even with some slowing, but continuing to move through in the last 3 months. So with this shift, there's a huge amount of impact on all the parts that drive this. 50% of car sales by 2030, predicting, if not more, will be electric. This will translate into over 90 million electric vehicles, incredible amount of growth year over year. And that needs one element of that, we believe, is, of course, charging. So what is Visa doing? I'll just mention a couple things briefly, as not being able to be in person, and then I'll hand over to the panel, which will speak a little bit more about our approach at Visa in terms of addressing what we believe is key customer friction points. So while we might not play a role in lowering the price of an EV car, there's plenty of others in this room that do that, or advancing battery technology, again, others, but we can improve the payment experience. And we know that availability of charge points, as well as the ability to charge, continues to be a large pain point. So the three things that we're spending most of our time on today, and then I'll speak about a couple things about tomorrow. So today, focus on efficient options, so charging where you park and sharing those spots, so being able to build that infrastructure and enable it. The second is paying even faster. So how can it be, as we mentioned, as easy not only as a coffee, but as fast as it is to pay for your fuel? And then also all of the loyalty and reward options that are built into cardholder experiences that are available in many, many other sectors and will be coming to EV charging. So that's what we're spending our time on currently, with a view to the future of connected car. How can we establish multiple ways for the car to be paying, not only for charging, but for many things in which then charging becomes a key element of that experience. Fleet enhancements, a big area opening up not only of the charging experience, but also in terms of route prediction and pre-assigned slots and bays, and then also authorization models. So ensuring that not only the charge is authorized, but also much like your public transport, able to hold the transactions and clear out after the charge is completed or the entire payment experience. So these are in our future. And as I mentioned, the other bits are currently we're working on. So as I conclude, and a couple points of the areas that we're focused on, our participation in this area has already been growing and growing very quickly over the past few years. And we hope to see ourselves as a valuable partner within this much larger ecosystem. The next panel with my colleague Richard will further demonstrate that not only our actions, but our actions together, we can partner to accelerate this shift towards electric vehicles, and then thus a shift towards a more sustainable consumption and behavior. So thanks very much for your time. And again, apologies I couldn't be there in person, and I look forward to hearing from Richard and others about the today and tomorrow that you are spending together.
So I'm going to say thank you to Steve, even though he's just left us. Hopefully perhaps you can thank him for us, Richard. That would be great. So we're going to move on to our first panel of the summit now, which is about simple payments, as we've just talked about. How can paying for an EV charge be as easy as buying a coffee with our panel partner, Visa? Okay, so today, just now, we're going to discuss how we can make the payment side of charging more simple, how we can streamline it. We're going to discuss the hindrances, the solutions, the possibilities of making this as easy as possible. Now, of course, we just heard from Stephen there. Lots and lots of players, lots and lots of opportunity. And for the consumer, what that will probably mean is lots and lots of confusion. We've all heard stories, of course, about multiple apps, multiple payment systems and solutions, loading credit, reaping rewards, downloading lots and lots of things, all of those stuff that we've got to get through to help drivers make a switch easier. So what we're going to talk about now is how far away are we from being able to pay for a charge as easily as we buy a coffee? For those of you who are viewing online, I'm not sure where I'm going to look or point, then please remember you can use the chat box on the live stream to post questions to the panel. And we'll come to those at the end, so please make sure that you submit your questions throughout. So I'd like to introduce our speakers. We have three here. I'm going to start on my left with Alicia Williams, who's the Electrification Payments Integration Lead for BP Pulse. We then have Richard Campion, who's Head of Acceptance at Visa. And joining us via Zoom is Anthony Eskenazi, Founder and CEO of Just Park. So welcome to you, and thank you very much for joining us all today. So I'm going to start with a kind of general, easy, kind of simple question, hopefully. And really, just to kick off, and I'll come to you first, Alicia, if I can. If we're going to achieve our sustainability goals, we know that we need to accelerate the shift away from petrol and diesel cars, from combustion engine cars. Now, the availability of electric car charge points is one of the key things to help us do that. What is your organisation doing to ease the challenges of charging an EV?
Cool. Yeah, so as BP Pulse, we're actually on a mission to electrify the world by focusing on fast, on-the-go charging. And our aim is actually to have over 100,000 charge points globally by 2030. So we're growing rapidly. And in the UK in particular, we're investing £1 billion in infrastructure over the next 10 years. So we're not only growing and increasing the number of charge points, but we're also focusing on upgrading the reliability of our network, as well as investing in giving customers the experience and the service that they expect. And our data actually indicates that we have strong and improving network reliability and customer satisfaction. And yeah, we're committed to continue to deliver these improvements through the investment in our infrastructure and our people.
Thank you. So some key points you've just raised in your answer there. I'm going to come to you now, Richard, because you talked about reliability and you talked about scale and you talked about convenience. What does that mean for Visa? What's your role in all of this?
Yeah, I think it's incredibly important. Within Visa, our main aim is to make sure that paying for an EV charge isn't a barrier to EV adoption, so that we can make that charging experience as simple as buying that cup of coffee. And what that's going to mean in the real world is that we need payment experiences that are simple, that are reliable, that are secure, exactly as you were saying. But I think we need to go a step further than that as well, and make sure that these solutions work for both consumers and fleet operators. And so I think the provision of data is going to be incredibly important to make sure that we can serve those needs.
Anthony, hello there. Question for you. Obviously, your model is different to your colleagues on the panel. Tell us about what Just Park is doing.
Sure. So EV infrastructure at the moment has kind of kept up with demand, but I think that's partly down to the fact that, the supply chain shortage has meant that, if you want an EV at the moment, you're waiting 12 to 18 months. But, if a pandemic hadn't happened, would that still be the case? And so what we're doing at Just Park is saying we've got, the charging point operators, the government are doing a good job at installing destination charging and building up that public infrastructure. But there are hundreds of thousands of charging points sitting on private property. So that could be someone's driveway, it could be a place of work. And they're only being used a fraction of the time. So, in the same way the sharing economy sort of boomed in the last, 10 to 15 years, how do we harness the power, literally, of all of those private chargers? Can we aggregate them? Can we make them public through marketplace products, like Just Park and others? What that allows you to do is, firstly, it's a decentralized network, which means less strain on the grid. These spaces can then be reservable as well. But also, most importantly, when you start looking at these private chargers and this infrastructure, it serves a very specific use case. And I think I heard the lady at the beginning from Oxford talk about how, how do we serve people who live in terraced houses, people who won't have access to home charging solutions? Well, if you can, use your neighbor's charger, if I look at my own personal charger, I've probably got the only publicly available charger within about 500-600 meters of where I live. So if a block of flats down the road, etc., the charger on my driveway is their closest public charger and the most convenient and cheapest way to charge overnight. And so many people are going to be left behind because they don't have driveway. And obviously accessing mobility hubs, super hubs, etc., is fantastic, but it is normally still a more expensive and slightly less convenient way to charge than charging at home.
Thank you. So we've covered off some of the general themes, I suppose, as an introduction there. The reality of it is probably by the end of next year, maybe the early part of 2024, we'll have 1 million electric cars on UK roads. So we're not even at 1 million yet. If you didn't know, there are about 30 to 33 million cars on the roads in the UK at the moment. So EVs are only just at the very, very start of that. However, by the end of the decade, we think at Auto Trader there'll be 9 million electric cars on the road. So going from where we are to there is very, very quick. It's a rapid progression. Now, a lot of those people are not going to have access potentially to their own charging solution. They're going to need public chargers. So that's where this starts to really come into play. And the key thing for them, of course, is convenience. So I'm going to come to you first, Richard. Convenience is the driver for so many decisions that people make and will probably take on more importance in future decades with younger generations. So what do you see are the current sticking points at the payment part of the charging process, and what have we learned and noticed? What can we take from consumer behaviour?
Yeah, certainly. Let me take a step back first of all, and the way that consumers have been making payments continues to evolve. And with the adoption of contactless, so across Europe now, about 88% of transactions are in face-to-face are now contactless. If you wind the clock back 10 years or so ago, it was hardly anything. And really it was the mobility networks, it was the likes of TfL that started to accelerate that change. And I think some of the best payment experiences are those that are entirely forgetful. Think of Uber, for instance. So the way that we envisage EV charging and payment for EV charging to evolve, I think it would be contactless payment as a minimum. Then you will have in-app payments, which will support some of the loyalty solutions. And then I think that's going to progress even further along to plug and charge, where the vehicle can communicate directly with the charge point. So I think it's really going to be an evolution. But it's so fragmented at the moment that when you turn up at that charge point, you really don't know what the payment experience is going to be until you arrive there. And I think that's the kind of comfort, or we need to address that situation so that people have comfort that when they turn up, they can charge, it can be simple.
What are the drivers for there being, there's two questions really. The drivers for there being lots of different means of paying, I guess is question number one, why is that? And number two, are we seeing any moves to take that away, to remove that barrier? Because you're right, for the consumer, you turn up to somewhere, and at the moment, it's not the case in many other things, activities that we'll do. You kind of know what's going to happen when you get to a place and roughly what you're going to have to pay for something. Why are those things in the way at the moment, and do you see them starting to break down?
Look, I think it's an emerging segment, and I think it started to evolve from, nothing sort of 5 years ago, and it just evolves at different spaces and in different ways. What I think we're starting to see now is now the regulatory piece has started to take effect. So, the likes of the AFA regulation in Europe, the OZEV pieces within the UK, I think that's going to start to bring together the ecosystem to work towards a common standard.
Thank you. Alicia, a question for you from BP Pulse perspective. Do you find with the people that use your stations, your charge points, are you seeing that they value convenience, and do you think that's a differentiator for a charge point network? Could it and should it be?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, at the end of the day, we need to be able to provide fast, reliable charging that fits within the busy lives of our customers, right? And what we're seeing today is that the environment is quite complex. Often customers or some customers are left feeling overwhelmed with multiple apps that they have to register or sign up to, and they also feel worried about are they going to have enough or a good network signal whenever they arrive at the EV charger. Some customers are also worried whether they're going to get the customer service they need, because a lot of the EV chargers are unattended. But ultimately, the customer wants to be able to find a charger, charge their car, pay the way they want to, and go. And so as part of that, we believe in giving customers the flexibility and simplicity in the ways that they pay, so that they can focus on the journey ahead and not so much about what are they going to do when they get to the EV charger.
With that flexibility, what kind of thing do you, what do you mean? What kind of?
Different methods of payment options available to them. Like Richard said, you can have a digital experience either through dynamic QR codes, a web interface, or a mobile application. You could have a guest checkout as part of that experience, or a vault and wallet feature for registered customers. Alternatively, you can have a contactless card-present payment solution that's available for customers. And another area of payment method that could be available to the customer is subscriptions, which is based generally on like a monthly billing process. There are other payment methods out there, but those are the most common. And those are the kind of choices that we want to be able to give our customers, because not everyone wants to pay in the same way.
Yep.
Yeah.
Thank you. Anthony, a question for you, if I can, on your model. That's an interesting one. 4 in 5 EV drivers charge at home, we're told. So in theory, there is that's where the volume at the moment is for people who want to charge their electric car. How are you finding consumers, how easy is it for consumers? Because it really, in theory, it ought to be one of the easiest ways of charging an electric car, actually. If you know that somebody around the corner or down the road or your neighbour's got a space that you can use and a charger that you can use, what observations do you have on how people are using your app to charge their cars?
So what we've found is, again, like you said, 4 in 5 EV drivers can charge at home. So the sort of demand for that overnight charging product isn't really there yet. But we know that to accelerate that or facilitate that mass adoption of electric vehicles, you kind of need that network there before the demand comes. So we're finding actually a lot of people are using our sort of driveway and private work network more for destination charging than overnight charging at the moment. So if if your home is near a point of interest, a high street, so that's the main use case. But we're also looking at the EV sector sort of through a parking lens, and everything that the rest of the panel just described in terms of the sort of proliferation of apps. The fact you have to create a dedicated folder for not just your parking apps now, but your EV charging apps. We've been here before. I imagine many people in the room have 2, 3, 4 parking apps on their phone, and it's a shame that either the government didn't intervene or the private sector didn't see this coming, because all it's doing is causing sort of choice paralysis and people getting frustrated. The number of complaints we get just saying, I don't want to have to download another app every time. I think the stats from what I remember are 97% of drivers have a smartphone, but I imagine that number for EV drivers is probably well over 99.5%. And so, yes, having mobile phone signal is essential, but I don't think we would have needed to necessarily adopt loads of new payment methods and sort of regulate that every public charger needs a contactless solution if we'd got the app piece right and sort of forced aggregation or the OCPP compliance a little bit earlier.
Yeah, thank you, I guess, and that's where the data point comes in that you made earlier on, Richard, is open data so that users can find the right place for the right need at the right time. I'm going to come to you, Alicia, now for another question, which is obviously the number of chargers in globally is growing enormously, doubled in the last 3 years. What advancements have we seen in payment systems, and what do you think can be done moving forward?
Okay, so advancements, I mean, just picking up some of the methods that we have discussed, there are 3 generally payment solutions available to customers today, whether it be fleet customers or on-the-go customers. And those are the 3 that we've mentioned already, which is the digital experience, the contactless card-present experience, and then subscriptions through monthly billing. In terms of the solutions that we've seen in the digital and card-present space, a lot of the advancements tend towards ensuring a wide range of payment types are accepted, as well as the adaptability to new payment methods. We've also seen in unattended payment terminal technologies a shift towards Android-based operating software, which allows us to then implement full-on customer journeys on the device. In the subscription space, we've seen quite a bit of maturity in the use of machine learning in terms of calculating when is the best time to do that monthly run to manage the risk associated with failed payment runs and also reduce that frequency of it happening. But moving forward, the second part of the question, there is still quite a lot that can be done. And at the end of the day, we're looking for innovative solutions that help us as e-mobility service providers to offer frictionless customer journeys. And a huge part of that is collaborating with each other as payment providers, charging supply infrastructure providers and operators, and electric vehicle manufacturers. Currently, a great example of that level of collaboration is the plug and charge experience, which is enabled through ISO 15118. It is a simple and secure way for customers to charge because they drive up to the charger, they plug in the cable, they charge their car, they unplug, hopefully they unplug, and then they drive away. So it is really simple, and for electric mobility service providers, it also helps us streamline our operational processes. And that is the direction that I think would add quite a lot of meaning to a customer's journey, because it adds that level of innovation, but also helps us to work together across the various suppliers to provide a solution that is easy for customers to use.
You touched on a few things, and we're just coming on to kind of the second phase of charging, really. I guess the basic, it sounds like, would be that there's a simple experience. I can pay in the way that I want, and I can then move on and complete my journey or whatever I want to do. But that starts to evolve, doesn't it, when we talk about incentives and reward and loyalty and a different type of relationship, and actually something where the consumer starts to benefit from being able to charge. I'm going to come to Anthony first and then to you, Richard, just for your thoughts, really, on what kind of, or how rewards and incentives might begin to emerge from different parts of the consumer journey, and what opportunities might they bring?
So again, sort of thinking back, looking at my experience in the parking sector, you know, parking when you arrive at a destination, so this could be an event, a venue, or supermarket. The car park is both the entrance and the exit to that experience. So you have actually a lot of power to control, firstly, how positive an experience you have, the consumer has actually doing what they're there to do. But also you can actually influence their behavior through incentives, loyalty programs, etc. So you charge at a Sainsbury's, for example, and you get a coupon or something else that pops up on your app or via a text message. So actually, I think similar to what we've seen in the parking sector, which is probably best part of 3-4 years ahead of where the EV charging sector is in thinking about this, the opportunities are kind of endless. And it's all down to the sort of creativity of the different providers. But I think you look at what apps such as, the Octopus Electric Juice Network, ZapPay, Power, Monta, a few of these sort of software providers that are gaining some real traction and a lot of investment as well. By aggregating all the networks, they are very much trying to become that go-to app, the one app you have on your phone. And if they have a compelling business model, they get great coverage, they charge the appropriate amount, then you build that user base, and the opportunities to actually monetize that user base and offer the sort of added value benefits will be pretty exciting.
Yeah, that feels like that is an emerging, an emerging opportunity. Richard, what's your views? Because there's probably quite a lot of scope here.
Yeah, I think there's huge opportunity here. A couple of the things that we're working on at the moment within, and I go back to the data piece, within Visa's processing network, we can identify who is an EV owner just by whether or not they've used their Visa card to make a public charge. Beyond that, you can then start to look at what's the rest of their spend behavior, completely anonymized, but you can see, where is this individual spending, where are they traveling to, etc. What's their type of sort of demographic level. And then you can start to use that information to tailor specific offers for that individual. I think the risk that we face is, there's only so much loyalty that a person and a fleet can absorb at any one point. So I'm assuming that we're going to get to the point where you will have perhaps 1, 2, 3 sort of loyalty apps within your phone, but then you will still need just the basic, charge payment infrastructure for your other charging needs. So I think it's going to be really interesting to see how that space does develop, but loyalty is definitely going to play a role here.
Add on that as well. I think one of the important things is that, especially with convenience, is that the customer wants to make the best out of their charging break, right? And leveraging off of our infrastructure, we're also able to offer customers the ability to shop for their goods, get a cup of coffee at the cafe, wash their car as well. And that's all part of that driving the incentives and behaviors associated with EV charging, because you're able to offer the customer the convenience of doing other things whilst they are charging their car. As an example, we have about over 250 charge points currently at over 60 BP sites that have an M&S store. And we recently also just announced that as an extension of our partnership with M&S, that we're going to be implementing high-speed chargers in their parking lots at over, I think, 70 M&S stores. So very, very close relationship in terms of the cross-acceptance for driving convenience.
Yeah, and I guess that will be something that can then feed the loyalty and incentives that we just talked about. I'm going to come on to the last couple of questions. Excuse me. And we've had a question from the audience, actually, and it's something related to kind of, well, really to sum things up. Do we think, I'm going to start with Anthony again, do we think charging is really going to get to the point where it will be as easy as buying a coffee?
Yes. I'm not sure how quickly, though. I look at, plug and go, or plug and charge, I think it's called, is the future. Tesla already adopted it, and it is absolutely seamless, by far the easiest way to charge any vehicle on the road. But there's a lot of legacy infrastructure in place, and a lot of, I don't know, in terms of the cars supporting it as well. So I think we're easily 5+ years away from this being sort of adopted en masse. But there's no reason why it shouldn't. Already in the parking sector, through automatic number plate recognition cameras, you drive in and out of a car park. You don't take an app out your phone. You don't take a credit card out your wallet. It just charges you for the time you've parked. So that is the equivalent of plug and go. So it's possible, and it will happen. It's just a matter of time and making that investment.
Alicia, what's your view?
Yeah, I fully agree with Anthony, because at the end of the day, there are some barriers currently to the widespread adoption of plug and charge, and it is probably the closest journey that is as simple as buying a cup of coffee. But because of how fast the industry is growing and the level of complexity associated with that growth as well, there is still quite a bit of a way that we need to go. And I believe that collaboration, innovation, investment, and keeping the customer at the center of it is the way to go. Because at the end of the day, we need to be able to ensure that we are able to serve the customers today and tomorrow.
Thank you. Just before we go for any questions in the audience, Richard, just your view. So, of course, TfL has got a single payment system within London, and it works really well. And that kind of model feels like it's somewhere we're going to need to move to. And you've touched on it a couple of times with the use of open data, which is what feeds the TfL and loads of apps that we use just to get around cities. Over what kind of time period, or how, actually, more importantly, how do you think what's the big thing we might need to do to get to a place where it's as easy as buying our coffee?
Yeah, I think so. The TfL project, so it's coming up to 10 years since you were able to use your contactless card on the tube, and also the tube network has expanded massively over that time horizon as well. But everything that went into that project was a real mixed bag of different entities that supported TfL to initiate that. So you needed all of the payment companies, you needed all of the banks to support it, you needed back office tech companies in order to actually build the platform, the data elements that sit around that as well. So I think being able to bring together, and you mentioned collaboration as well, but being able to bring together all of these companies that can drive towards a common goal, that's what we're going to need, because ultimately what you have is just the gap between demand and supply in EV at the moment, and that's what we need to address in order to move forwards.
Thank you. I'm going to ask the three of you, who do you think needs to make the first step to do this? Who can really make that happen? Who'd like to go first? Perhaps a regulator, I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, as BP Pulse, we are aiming to be UK's best electric vehicle charging network. And at the moment, our actions have indicated that, yes, there are areas of development required, but we are actively investing in our network. We are working towards identifying those areas of improvement and implementing measures to close those gaps. And on top of that, we are innovating to be able to give our customers a differentiated experience and help them make more sustainable decisions and make that switch over to electric vehicles. So I think it is a combined effort because at the end of the day, like Richard said, it requires all parties to come to the table and be able to achieve that level of innovation and standardization.
And if it's not controversial to say, I mean, I'd love to see the OEMs open up their platforms more so that people can innovate within the vehicles.
Yeah.
Great. Thank you. Anything from you, Anthony, on that?
No, I was going to echo what Richard said about the OEMs opening up. Yep. I think most charging point operators now have adopted the OCPP protocol. I think that is essential. But it's all about, just allowing the best software companies to be able to communicate with all the different parts and pieces of hardware, including the OEMs. That will enable the best possible customer experience. Closed networks just hamper growth.
Clear direction for us. Okay, so we're going to. It's difficult for me to see, but I'll ask if there are any questions from the audience.
Hello, thank you. Interesting discussion. You've kind of skirted around it a bit. Monetization. Isn't at the core of this a land grab for who's going to make most money out of it? Whether it's energy companies, charge point operators, OEMs, or another. Ultimately, it's about finding the way in which someone is going to make a lot of money, and in doing so, they're going to have to push other people out of the way and get to that point where they've got the ubiquitous protocol that works well for everybody. So isn't this essentially about just working out what is the, what's the business model that's going to succeed and dominate? More than systems and principles. And by the way, getting a cup of coffee isn't as easy these days. You get 26 choices and you have to queue up for about 20 minutes to get one.
As long as you know what you want.
I think it's going to remain incredibly fragmented for the foreseeable future. I think if you think about the lift that's required in order to stand up charge point solutions and the investment that's required, it's going to remain fragmented. I think that perhaps the key would be in 10 years' time when it starts to come together and you see a lot more mergers, acquisitions within this space. What is it going to look like after that? But it feels to me at the moment that there's margin in this for most of the different players across the ecosystem.
Okay.
There'll definitely be consolidation, and when that happens, there'll be 2 or 3 big players, and there should be enough pie to share between them. But yeah, I think as Richard said, I think we're still quite a long way away from that.
Thank you. Just to the point that we've touched on a few times around people charging at home, that's the majority today. Most people buying an EV today can do that. In the future, that's not going to be so much the case. And there's less range anxiety these days than recharging anxiety, the usual stuff we've talked about, I'm sure all of us in this room. How are we going to make sure that we can transition things like service stations to being recharging stations? Maybe Alicia, that you can pick up on that one. But I can imagine a scenario not in 2030, because there are still, as Mark said, with 9 million electric vehicles on the road, there are still 20-something million ICE on the road. But in 2040, that's going to swing the other way around. So surely there's going to need to be quite an accelerated transition. Does that need to be supply-led rather than waiting for the demand to be there? Can it be spurred by making more service stations switch to electric earlier?
Yeah, so great question. We ensure that our network is based on locations, and the stats around consumer behavior within those locations. So we specifically design the network locations to be based on where most of the customers are. And in most of the European countries and our expansion globally, we've focused on high-speed chargers, in most cases hubs at existing retail forecourts, to create that hybrid experience for customers who have either transitioned from ICE to EV or have a combination of ICE and EV in their household. So currently that model exists, and in the UK, there is an initiative underway to expand that model and to implement sites that have more cross-offer acceptance across EV, fuel, convenience, car wash, cafes as well, so that the customer who has multiple vehicles and multiple journeys that they want to complete has that level of flexibility. So the transition is underway, and we have to strike that balance between unattended EV chargers and chargers that are in a hub format at existing retail forecourts, because at the end of the day, we need to be able to get our network from a point. Currently, 70% of UK customers are within 5 miles of an EV charger, of a BP EV charger, and within the next 10 years with our investment, we want to aim to have that at 100%. And part of that is the hub model of retail/EV, yeah.
Thank you very much for your questions, gents. We're going to close off this panel now. Looking forward to a world where we can have a Pret and a Costa and a Nero. That's a future that we can all happily look forward to in the charging space. I would like to thank our panelists for taking part in the first session of the 2022 EV Summit and for sharing your insights this morning. Thank you for joining us by Zoom, Anthony. We're now going to have our first networking break before we hand over to Minister Jessie Norman for a special address. So we will see you back here at 11. Thank you very much.
Recording Hello everyone, I'm Jim. Ultimately making those new technologies part and parcel of all of our everyday lives. Thank you very much indeed.
Everybody again, welcome back to the EV Summit here in Oxford. We are now going to hand over to the Right Honourable Jesse Norman, Minister of State for Decarbonisation and Technology in the Department for Transport.
Hello everyone, I'm Jesse Norman. I'm so sorry I can't make it in person to be with you today, but it's a huge pleasure to be able to talk a little bit about the wonders of technology using the wonders of technology. Over the past couple of years, as you know, Zoom meetings and Teams calls have proliferated to such an extent that they are part of everyday life for all of us. That's what good technology does. No sooner is it new than it's normal. In the early part of the 18th century, British families depended on horses to move goods and people around the country. In the 19th century, the same was true. The early auto enthusiasts in the last century dreamt of clean, odorless streets with rubber-tired vehicles moving noiselessly through communities, not piles of horse manure. When eventually that new technology flourished into the commercially available car, it led to the democratization and the normalization of travel. Most people could afford to drive to visit their families, go long distances, trips to the seaside, or of course for business meetings in cities. And the car was and is a technology that works remarkably well for the individual. But the incredible growth of cars in the UK and across the world has returned some quite serious, indeed dreadful side effects for our planet. When new technologies become affordable, when they become the norm, then that momentum that they generate can often hardly be checked. And the world is not immune to the laws of unintended consequences. So for all the good that they've done, carbon-fueled cars cannot fix the damage caused by carbon fuels themselves. Only new technologies can do that. Technologies that make use of cleaner fuels and help us to learn from the cars of yesterday so that we can fix the streets, the atmosphere, the communities of the future. In government, we've made the strongest possible commitment to decarbonising transport. Transport is the largest emitter of greenhouse gases across the UK economy today. And we have to make change happen in order to honour that net zero commitment. Part of that starts with phasing out the sale of new petrol and diesel cars and vans by the year 2030. But the success of the motor car was not caused by the deterioration of the horse-drawn carriage. We recognise that the transition to greener, cleaner vehicles relies on more than phase-outs. And this government and its predecessors have already spent over £2 billion to support this transition. So the next part of the strategy relies on lifting those barriers which stall, prevent, inhibit the adoption of zero-emission vehicles. And of course, it involves accelerating the availability of the associated infrastructure. Now, 2022 has been a year of fantastic strides. In March, we published the landmark strategy setting out the government's plans to make EV charging cheaper and more convenient than charging at a petrol station. If we're going to deliver one of the best EV infrastructure networks in the world, then we have to seize every opportunity we can to make the whole system more affordable, more reliable, more accessible, and more secure. We have to learn a critical lesson from the age of the motor car, that easy access results in greater uptake. Now, no one should be left behind in this process of transition, and accessibility will be embedded into public charge point design from the very outset. That work has begun with the introduction of the sexily named publicly available standard 1899, published by the British Standards Institution and co-sponsored by government and Motability. It sounds, and let's be clear, it is technical. But really, it's a complicated way of saying that we want to see charge points that work for everyone, whether they're in a wheelchair, carrying a child, or just getting older. And this is a world first. The UK is taking the lead, and it's doing so in a way that we should all be proud. I want to take the opportunity to thank everyone across the industry for their involvement in the adoption of this standard. Even with a huge amount of progress, there's still much more work to be done. Next year, we expect to lay regulations in Parliament to increase consumer confidence in the public charging network by mandating reliability, minimum payment methods, and making data freely available. by helping drivers to locate and get to the right charge points as easily as possible, the charge points that they need. And so much of this work is about responding not just to the needs of individuals, but of society more generally, so that everyone can share in the benefits of cars that are powered by cleaner fuels. What's the result? Communities become better places to work and do business when the air is cleaner and the infrastructure is greener. And for the whole country, an increase in renewable energy and increasing uptake of EVs will mean we're less reliant on imports of foreign oil, reducing our vulnerability to volatility in global energy prices and putting our economy on a surer long-term footing. So all of this and more is the future that we're working towards. And let me end by thanking you all today for everything that you're doing to make this the most exciting industry in the world. Your efforts, your ideas, and your expertise will shape the next great revolution in transport. And I know that we can work together to secure not just the intended consequences of new technologies, but also all the additional collateral benefits that we know will come with them. That may mean building new zero-emission vehicles that help us meet our climate change obligations, improving air quality in our towns and cities, supporting new jobs and sustainable new growth, delivering innovations to the last mile of journeys, and ultimately making those new technologies part and parcel of all of our everyday lives. Thank you very much indeed.
You don't know whether to clap or not, do you, when they're not here? It's a bit just weird. I walked up and thought, do I clap? Probably not. Right, anyway, a special thank you to Jessie Norman. Actually, you know, that is a really, really thoughtful and positive stance from government, and we need that, don't we, on the path to decarbonisation. We're now going to move on to our second panel of the day, Overcoming Electric Anxiety, which is sponsored by Shell Recharge Solutions. So before I introduce the panel, I'm going to just give you a few words. Now, are we okay, guys? Okay, so COP27 sees the great and the good discussed, doesn't it? But this is where we want to see sentiment, that sort of sentiment, turn into action. And we've just heard this morning about how that can become a real possibility out of this event. Now, so far in 2022, battery electric cars have taken a new car market share of 15.1% of all new car registrations. So we're making some progress, but we think we need to go faster. Remember, of course, we're planning for a ban on sales of new petrol and diesel cars in under a decade. But for electric vehicle use to grow more rapidly, drivers, of course, need to feel confident that they're a convenient and reliable means of recharging their vehicles when they're travelling. Shell is supporting this ambition through Shell Recharge. So the company's been busily installing chargers and intends to ramp up chargers at forecourts and in towns to more than 100,000 by 2030 all across the UK. And the idea is that by 2030, 90% of drivers will be within 10 minutes of a Shell rapid charger. 11,000 of these will be rapid chargers at locations including charging hubs, forecourts, supermarkets, and other destinations. Now, as part of Shell's Leading the Charge strategy, in early 2021, Shell acquired 100% of Ubitricity, which, as you'll all know, is a leading European provider of on-street charging for EVs. Ubitricity works with local authorities all across Europe to integrate EV charging into existing street infrastructure, places like lampposts and bollards. And today we have the managing director of Ubitricity in the UK, Toby Butler, on the panel. Shell's ambitions are also behind today's announcement with UK Parking Control. UKPC will abbreviate that too because it's quite a long title. So together these organisations will be installing EV chargers in 100 of the car parks that UKPC manages. And what that means is that each car park will have 8 fast or rapid chargers. Shell and UKPC hope to extend this collaboration to include more venues over the next 5 years. So welcome to UKPC CEO Ben Cook. And then another partnership that Shell has recently announced is with Motability Operations. Now, Motability has a fleet of over 650,000 vehicles in the UK. Those are available to people claiming a mobility allowance. A lot of you will know this already. And Motability scheme customers with electric vehicles in the London area have been invited to trial the Shell Recharge charging network, including Shell Fulham, which is the Shell's first EV hub, and that's a 13-week pilot. So plenty of activity going on. This will enable those two organisations to better understand the barriers that disabled drivers face when using public charge posts, which is an emerging noise that we're hearing and a really important accessibility, a really important thing that we need to bake in from the very start. And we're going to hear more about that from Motability's Head of Innovation, Jonathan Jenkins. So electric anxiety, to summarise, is a long-term area of discussion. We've been hearing about it for a very long time. But it's still at the forefront of many considerers, many rejectors. We're going to discuss how the landscape has changed alongside a more extensive and sophisticated charging infrastructure landscape since it first came to light. Charging remains the biggest reason for rejection. So let's get into some questions. I'd like you to just welcome our panellists. So before we begin with the questions here, just a reminder for people watching at home. If you're at home, you can join in with questions. Please submit them to the chat. And of course, we'll be coming to you when we've done the questions here for any audience questions. So be ready, if you can, please. Welcome, everybody. Hello, glad you made it. I am going to ask the first question is going to go to Toby, actually. And I'm going to ask how is Ubitricity's offer helping to build confidence in the UK public charging network?
Yeah, sure, thanks. And thanks for the intro. You've covered a lot of my points. So I think building confidence, you know, when you have the word anxiety up on the screen, it's almost a bit of a kind of a downer. Are we still locked in this cycle of trying to reduce anxiety? I think the great thing about the whole industry now is that I think we know the solutions to resolving most of the anxiety. And in Ubitricity, we kind of exist for one very pointed, focused reason. And that is so that people who can't install their own private charge point, who can't park on their own driveway, they're not left behind in the whole transition to electric vehicles. So really, we want to do the next best thing to having your private home charger, which we believe is massive scale, on-street charging as close to your home as possible. And you know, we've got over 6,000 chargers at the moment. Our approach is in the main to retrofit them into lampposts because it's so fast, it takes 2 hours to install them, it's cost effective, it just means you get the most for your money and your investment in terms of coverage. And if you look at our network, it's pretty London focused. And that is maybe our main objective now, is we believe for many of London motorists who can't install their own private charger in many boroughs, we've really kind of solved quite a big part of the problem. But we really want to move outside London and prove that we can do that all over the country. So in Liverpool now, we're starting to install 300 charge points, which is fantastic. You know, so really moving into the north of England. But yeah, that's our mission, and we will continue to grow. I think, like you said, Shell's ambition of 100,000 chargers by 2030, a big slug of those is going to be the on-street, the majority of them. So we've got a big goal to go after.
And just to follow up on that, and this might be where you guys come in as well. Well, we hear, don't we, that 45% of all public charge points are in London and South East. How do you start to determine where you want to go next? And is that one of the reasons why you're kind of partnering?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, first of all, we believe in going ahead of demand. So what we need in our approach is long-term contracts, whether that's commercial ones, such as with UK Parking Control, parking operators, whether it's commercial landowners, whether it's the councils opening up the streets and wanting to put on charging infrastructure. you need a long-term approach, and then you need to invest early and ahead of demand. So we are really willing to go wherever there isn't infrastructure at the moment. We want to invest for the long term. We don't think that people should be too caught up at the moment in terms of trying to model exactly where to put their charge posts, because the demand will come. And we've all, as an industry, got to take a risk and move ahead.
Just a question for you then, Ben. How have you found well, it's a favourite of mine. How did you know? How have you found the projects that you're working on? And are there differences in terms of regions that you've found?
Well, I think the project's relatively new now, but we, as a parking operator, look after thousands of car parks across the UK, so it's not just in London. So we know that to expand the network, we've got opportunity across many destination locations. That's the key thing here, is Shell can provide the infrastructure and we can provide the way into the landlords. What we've seen is that the infrastructure needs to be there. We're seeing through our data that in terms of EV turnover in car parks is increasing, but the infrastructure is not increasing at the same level. So it's important to understand that it's not just in London this is happening, this is all over the UK.
And then Jonathan, just to come to you, you're involved in the pilot which is in Fulham, which is, but there are hotspots for mobility in other parts of the UK. Are there learnings that you've got from that trial that's on at the moment, or is it too early to say, that you might be able to think about when you deploy in other parts of the country?
Well, I mean, it is very early days, but we did have several customers visit the hub last week, and I think the thing that's interesting about the hub in Fulham, everything's accessible, firstly, but they also have somebody on site that's there while the site is open to be able to provide elderly or disabled people that are having difficulty charge. And while that's probably not practical across every site, Shell are introducing things such as the fuel service application, where if you know you're going to have difficulty, you can call ahead or message ahead, and you know you'll have somebody there to support you. So I think there are learnings we can take. I think with all these things, you need a measured approach. It's, as I say, not practical to put somebody on every single charge point around the UK. That's where things like the standard that Jesse was referring to can support and can help. And I think there are quick wins that we can take that will make the infrastructure far more accessible. And that's what we need to focus on as charge point operators. It's looking at what gets us 80% of the way. There's no way you can build an infrastructure that's 100% accessible for all. Especially when we're going as quick as we're going, it's just not commercially viable, it's not practical. But it then comes down to organizations like Mobility Operations to find other means and ways of allowing those people that perhaps need more assistance charging, different methods and modes, such as using the Fulham hub, or such as wireless charging.
Just to give us a sense of when you say accessibility and getting 80% of the way there, typically, what are the things that need to be sorted and ticked off and covered to make sure that everybody, or at least 80% of occasions, give people the comfort, convenience, safety that they want?
Yeah, and it's a really good question. And I think if you look at the design standard, it's not the most exciting read, if I'm being honest, but Designability have also come up with some relatively easy solutions. But to answer the question, it's the bump stops being very close together. You can't get a wheelchair between them. The spaces being really tight. And, I talk about the spaces from an accessibility perspective, but, when my wife or I want to charge, we've been and we've parked in a space before, we've come back, found that we're blocked here and you can't get your little kid in the back of the car. So actually, if we build these things a little bit wider where we can, then we make them far more accessible for all. So I'd say width, bump stops, height of the screen. If we can start building things that allow for assistance with the cable weight, which does exist on some charge points, the springs. And then you look into other things that you'd never even think of, like the coloring on the screen. The coloring on the screen could mean that actually somebody with cognitive impairments wouldn't be able to use that at all.
Interesting to know, Toby, a little bit more about how you plan for those things, or how you design for all of those things, those needs within something like the hub. What's the, how long does it take? How different is it to what else you've got, or is it a question of modification of existing plans?
I think it's you've got to get feedback from people actually using them I think you need the studies and you need the guidelines to come out. But I think really where you hone the offer, put something in place which is really convenient and accessible and usable is real life experience. I think that's why the pilot with Motability is great, because it's 400 EV drivers, you know, and all with different needs, and it's 13 weeks. You know, that's not, you know, 5 people. That is a big cohort of people, and it's great to have them focused using, you know, the Fulham hub, but also the wider network. And I think we're going to get so much from that. And we've tried, you know, in designing the Fulham hub, things like the bay widths, things like the placement, how you drive in, drive out, all of these different elements. Plus, with the Fulham hub, we've got a member of site staff which can come out and help. So I think it's sort of the perfect platform to learn as much as possible. And in this 13-week period, you know, I hope we get a huge amount that can inform not just us, but the wider industry as well. Because we have to share this. We're at an early stage.
We spoke with Shell about 2 months ago at their HQ in London, spoke to their sort of 100 senior leaders and just started mentioning these standards. And straight away, Shell have looked at it and gone, right, okay, well, let's change the design here and let's fit 4 wider, more accessible bays. And, you know, there's a heart and mind piece here, but there's also a commercial element, right? You've mentioned 650,000 cars on the road. What we didn't mention is they all have to, they're new cars and they all have to transition by 2032. 41% of them can't charge at home. That's bigger than the national average. So what you're going to have is a huge population of people reliant on the infrastructure that have accessibility needs. That's a lot of vehicles, that's a lot of utilization. You can start to quickly see that there are some commercial benefits to charge point operators here in just opening these spaces up, because you will get those customers coming before you see kind of the wider population adopt.
I guess question for you related to that, Ben. How does this sort of partnership or that sort of thinking and learning, how does that fit into UKPC's overall kind of strategy? Because the accessibility part touches on what you do. Obviously, you will already have spaces for disabled drivers and so on. But then how does generally the kind of EV charging and that accessibility bit come into what you're planning for?
So in terms of the EV charging, we want to be pushing now as much as possible. But again, talking about accessibility, allowing people to have access and increase enhance their journey whilst going through that process. We don't want it to be difficult. We want it to be easy for them to basically plug and play and charge and then go to their locations to shop and spend money on site. And that's the big push, is the destination locations. Not for everybody, not just the Joe Blogs. It's got to actually support everybody else that's going through that process.
Another big problem that we hear about from charge point operators, DNOs and local authorities is normally around planning, finding places to build and to invest. In the work you're doing, Toby, what are you finding challenging? What are you finding that's going well?
Well, everything that Ubitricity does is a partnership with a local authority, because we're implementing charges on the street. You can't do that unless you've got the partnership with the local authority. It's not like you can just find a piece of commercial land, do a commercial deal and move on. So, you know, we have great partnerships all over the country. But one of the things we find, and I think it's been highlighted in the government, EV infrastructure strategy as well, is that there's a huge burden now on local authorities to accelerate quickly and work with commercial partners, network operators to put infrastructure in place. But they've got limited resources. And so one of the things we find is, you know, you can go around in cycles of strategizing. What sort of charging should we have? Where should it be placed? How many? And, you know, I think the important thing is that local authorities and the commercial partners they select work together to break that circle of strategy and start doing. Because implementing good on-street solutions now, they will be used either immediately or in the future. And if you actually look at most of the local authorities, we're behind the curve where we need to be. So I think the big thing I see, especially outside of London, you know, I think Oxford is different because Oxford's City Council and Council have taken fantastic step forward. But in the main, I think that we need to step up the level of urgency and action if we're ever going to hit, the right level of infrastructure for 2030. And we're ready to do it. I think central government have put together the funding and the framework. So I think now together we've got to all step up and make it happen.
You mentioned Oxford just there, and Jonathan, I'm just going to come to you now. So obviously you've been doing a lot in this kind of area. Tell us about the challenges and barriers that you've been facing with the trial of the Shell recharge network, and where do you kind of choose, where in the UK do you choose to kind of put your effort?
Yeah, and it's a challenging one for us. We've got a really evenly spread customer base, and we're seeing actually pretty evenly spread take-up of electric vehicles, which is quite interesting. So we've got 17,000 EVs on the road at the moment. I guess what we've looked at is the work in Oxfordshire and the work the county council are doing. I'll try and spare Paul's blushes here, but is really, as you said earlier, it's a vanguard, and they're also thinking about accessibility. And so what we've seen is that as an opportunity to work with a council, with a local authority, to try and enable, I mentioned 41% of our customers can't have home charging. Are there things we can do there? I mean, we've got 125,000 customers in terraced houses. And Oxfordshire are coming up with ways of enabling charging when you have a terraced house, particularly if you have an accessible bay out the front. It really works and makes sense. And so we see a relationship there being able to enable those customers living within Oxfordshire to be able to charge. What's interesting, though, is when you start speaking to other local authorities, is they're maybe not as far ahead. And so, they do need support. They need charge point operator support, commercial support, and we need to work with them to try and bring them along on that journey. So already we're sharing, some of these innovative solutions that we've seen, like the Gully program in Oxfordshire. We're sharing that with other county councils, saying, can you install this for our customers? So you can quickly start to see how this can it can gain a bit of traction, a bit of momentum. But, I do come back to it, and we heard it at the Transport and Energy Forum a few months ago. Local authorities have not got a finite amount of resource, and therefore it's important that commercial work with the local authorities to try and enable this transition.
Ben, just to follow up a question for you on that, because if a local authority doesn't know where to start or doesn't have the resource to figure that out, then you would imagine that an organisation like yours will be able to help fill that kind of gap and fulfil a need for drivers. How easy are you finding it to engage with people within local authorities and just make sure that we're doing the right things?
Well, in general, with landowners, it's them appreciating where it's going, where the EV world is going. And as I said earlier, touched on earlier, we have the data to prove that it's increased, and we need to be able to, in terms of EV uptake is increased, we need to be able to provide the infrastructure again that supports that increase. So that's probably the easiest way to engage them, is to understand where the world is going. I think they're focused so much in our world on what the asset is, and they don't see the car park necessarily as an asset, but more of a cost to them. It's changing that way of thinking, providing the data behind it, saying, actually, let's focus on what we can do to provide, to produce or make your car park into a more asset-rich kind of area to their business. And by doing that is engaging them on the data, and that's really important to us. And we have that data, and that's part of the reason why Shell and UKPC partnered up, is because we have that data to support what is required for the infrastructure.
So there'll be people watching or in the room now from local authorities who have ambitions, requirements even to install, implement the right levels of charging infrastructure. What kind of, I'll start with you, Toby, what conditions do you look for to kind of kick that off?
So I think what is needed is a clear target. You need to know what you're aiming for, the number, and as a local authority, I think often the conversation is, should I be focusing on hubs, rapid hubs, or on streets, or something in the middle? But from the Ubertricity and Shell perspective, we say you need it all. So it's an and thing. It's not about making decisions between them, but you need to have clear targets. And then you need a clear procurement strategy. Public procurement is not simple, and it needs to be, good decisions on what public procurement frameworks, what routes to take. and then making sure that that tender process, goes through efficiently, a clear outcome, and then the implementation. And we work a lot with local authorities on the positioning of the chargers and the technology, etc. But I think really it's the front end agreements that's needed, which is targets, which is the procurement approach. And then the one thing I should mention that I did before is the long-term contracts. So if it's going to be a model where it's essentially zero cost to the local authority, which is what a lot of local authorities understandably want, then you need the time to pay back that infrastructure investment. So you're not talking about a 4-year contract. It's got to be 10, 15 plus years in order for commercially it to even be viable.
We've had some questions from online which do come back to that point actually around cost and monetization, which I'll ping in a minute. But before we do that, are there any questions from anyone in the audience? This is a hot spot for questions down here, isn't it? If you don't fancy it, don't come and sit here.
Good morning, Paul Kirby. The question I have is perhaps the elephant in the room of cost. I know it was mentioned there online, but at the moment, Jonathan, your customers are some of the most disadvantaged in the country, and you say 41% of them have to charge publicly. And obviously, a lot of Middle England are the people that have driven the changes and have off-street parking and can charge at home at lower cost. What does the panel think about the fact that the cost differential between public charging and home charging is quite dramatic, 50, 100, 150%, and it's not viable for somebody to take an electric vehicle and just survive on public charging. And that's for businesses as well, running commercial vehicles where predominantly the people driving them don't have off-street parking. When do we see that cost differential changing, and how can we handle it in the short term?
I'll give it yeah. So I think you're completely right to bring this up. So, we want convenient, fair-priced charging. That's what we have to deliver. I think there's a few immediate things that would be good if they happen. One is the VAT rate. So VAT rates for on-street public charging, we think that should almost be considered an extension of home energy to your house, because why would you charge 20% VAT for someone charging, let's say, on their Ubertricity lamppost, and then literally, 20 meters down the road, someone's lucky enough to have off-street parking and they're only paying 5% VAT on their home energy, which is what they're using to charge their car. So VAT definitely would be first. And then what we're trying to do at Ubertricity is we're trying to do everything we can to deliver fair price charging. So we just now have gone to 2 tariffs over 24 hours in the majority of our network, which means that we've brought our price down for 21 hours of the day, the per kilowatt hour price, and then we have a peak pricing. So we think if you have a 3-hour window of peak pricing, people can manage their charging either side of that. And you can see it, Tesla, for example, do time of day charging on their Rapids. We have our peak pricing and our standard lower pricing, and we'll help people with the apps scheduling their charging. So I think the whole industry, apart from the VAT side, which we would like to be done immediately, the reduction for on-street. Then the other side is becoming much cleverer about how we help people charge at cheaper time of the day. But it is really tough because we're in this energy crisis, and we're doing everything we can. But I don't think there isn't that one silver bullet short-term fix. It's going to take a lot of effort from across the industry to sort this out.
Quickly, the reality of it is if it carries on going as it's going, that 41% I refer to are simply going to be left behind in this transition. They will not have a Motability car because they can't have a new EV. And so, they'll lose their mobility, lose their independence. And so I think as an industry, we need to club together and work out how we resolve this. And it's not just on the DNOs, it's not just on the CPOs, it's on the whole ecosystem, and I include myself in that, to get involved, do what we can to try and make this as affordable a transition, as you say, for those people that need it as possible.
Thank you. Any more questions from in the room? There's one just up here. This is probably time for the last one.
Hi there. Following on from the cost question, I'm aware that there's a possibility to do sleeving whereby you own your own generation assets like offshore renewables, for example, and transmit those through the national grid, bypassing the wholesale cost of electricity, add-on transmission charges for using the grid. But ultimately, that could be used to bring down the cost of public charging if there was a charging network that practiced sleeving. Now, of course, Shell Recharge and its parent company have quite a lot of financial clout. Is that something that could potentially be done and seriously considered by Shell Recharge in order to bring down the cost of Shell Recharge and Ubitricity charging infrastructure, particularly for the likes of Motability customers?
I think it's a great question. I think as Shell build out renewable generation assets, we've got to look into that. So, and other companies have as well. In fact, whether you own and operate the assets or not, I think the industry in general has got to look at this long term, because so far in EV charging, let's face it, we think it's growing and it's massive, but we've been dealing with quite low levels of power consumption. We're now at the cusp where it's getting serious, we're getting to serious amounts. And when you have that volume, then potentially you can look into the more, let's say, creative or dynamic way of purchasing the power. So I do think we're at the junction where that kind of thing becomes possible, but it wasn't so possible in the past because the volume wasn't there. But it's a great point.
It was a great question. Thank you very much. Okay, we are on time, actually. Amazing. I'd like to say thank you very much. That was really, really informative, really interesting, and there's a number of points there. It does sort of strike us, doesn't it, that in both of the panels that we've had this morning, the complexity around a number of the barriers and challenges that we're trying to face. And actually, as time goes on, we unearth more of them. As more people come into electrification as a possibility, there's more stuff for us to consider and to work upon. So we must make sure that we make sure we're energized and that we keep going and we're confident and sure about what we're asking for. But I'd like to thank the panelists and thank you all for your questions. Break, and we're going to come back for our next panel at 12:15, which will be on smart charging, ready for large-scale monetization. Hello, everybody. Welcome back. It's a bit disconcerting. I just thought you're the first three to be sat there when all the lights come up and the thing, it's kind of a bit game show. Sorry about that. Let me frighten you before we start. Welcome back, everybody. We're going to move on to discuss another really, really important topic, actually. We've talked about payments, and we've talked about convenience and making infrastructure right for more people and taking away some of that anxiety and that pain point. Now we're going to move on to another part, which is about smart charging solutions, and in particular, the benefits that these can bring across lots of different areas. Okay, so the title gives you a clue to the next topic of the panel. We're going to ask the question whether we're ready for large-scale monetization. And to open the panel, I'd like to hand over to Dominic Hood, a partner at Improved Corporate Finance, for some opening words. Dominic, please.
Thank you, Mark. So, hi, everyone. So, first of all, a few words on Improved before we go in our topic. So, I think many of you probably have heard about Improved in some of our transactions. So, we are a boutique, a corporate finance boutique, and we do basically two things. We help entrepreneurs with fundraise, largely Series B and C and D, and we also do M&A. So, this is really our two main areas of activity. And we are really focused on energy transition and mobility. So this is probably the difference between us and other technology investment bank. We really try to follow, to focus on that sector, and that kept us very busy in the last few years. In fact, we have completed for about 3.7 billion of transactions that really kept us busy in all the different elements of the value chain in EV charging, all the way from the asset-based solutions, the asset-heavy CPOs, such as a PowerDot, which has a large investment in Antin, but also the various solution providers, the hardware makers. One transaction we advised not long ago in North America was the sale of Rhombus, which was purchased by Borg Warner. We've been present as well in the software as well as energy management and telematics. So in total, about 100 transactions completed. And what is a very international, it's a global market in terms of investors, in terms of players, and 90% of all the transactions are cross-border. A quick summary of where we are in terms of the volume of investment and transaction in the sector. We have had quite a growth really between 2020 and the beginning of 2022 so far, going from about 364 million being invested to more than 2 billion this year. And I think what's really interesting in that in these 2 years only is also where the investment is coming from, and you have an increasing amount coming from institutional investors, which is energy funds, pension funds, others, and that also reflects, I would say, the more accepted value proposition and the risk proposition as well. And you have still some VCs in certain areas and corporates, but it is really recognizing that e-mobility is here to stay, and the growth as well will be there. One area that has been really interesting for investors and everyone looking at the sector is how charging can be part not only of the issue in terms of having a lot of demand from the grid, but also part of the solution through to smart charging. And in some ways, there have been a lot of operating model emerging and some potential emerging. So you have seen, for instance, like the ability to do control charging when you can set the time of the charging to focus on the more affordable one. You also have bidirectional charging, which is now possible. You've seen as well some vehicle grid integration. A lot of it is on a trial basis. and a kind of on a larger scale, the utility scale flexibility, which is a market in itself. And I think on this page, what you see is that the demand in hardware and software in all these markets has been going up quite considerably. For instance, from 23 million only in 2021 all the way to 2.3 billion that will be up in 2030. So there's clearly going to be demand in terms of the tools to do that. But I think the main question we have, moving to the next page, is are we going to bring scale to that? I think there's been a journey where many of those technologies have started to work in certain quantities. So the question is, can this be a real case, and can the investors who invested in it eventually see the returns? But importantly, is this going to operate at scale for the benefits of the users and for the benefit of the grid as well? So really the question is, where are we on this journey? And this is why we have this panel today. And just to give you an example, for instance, what was indicated to be the potential for savings, for instance, in controlled charging was up to about £600 per year per user. That's mostly for the end user. And you have additional amounts as well for bidirectional charging, and even more when it comes to vehicle grid integration. So what we thought to do today is to bring in the panel some founders and CEOs of companies who have been involved very much in this area. Mark, over to you.
Opportunity indeed. So I'm just going to introduce the other panelists that we see here. We've got Nick Woolley, who's the CEO of EV Energy, and Stephen Mearsman on the end over there, founding director of Zenobē Energy. So I'd like to welcome these gentlemen to the stage. Thank you. Okay, great. Just a reminder before we begin with questions, we will come to audience questions through the panel, and especially at the end. And if anyone is viewing online, then please do enter any questions you've got into the chat, and we'll pick those up. Okay, so I'm going to begin with the questions. Hello, gents. Good afternoon. I'll begin with you, Dominique, if I can. Controlled or managed charging and grid flexibility have reached sort of large-scale commercialization in hardware and software sales, but what other use cases do we see?
Yeah, so I think one of the main use cases you see, maybe one of the easiest to identify with, is I think what you have on a residential basis, for instance, the one we mentioned initially, where as a customer you can have in your home a charger, and by varying through smart charging the element of when you will actually charge, depending on your pricing, you can actually save money as if you were charging on a fixed time every day. And this element, in fact, from an amount of money, there have been quite a few examples of people saving up to £600-700 per year. And I think in terms of does it reach mass a certain scale, if you think about how many electric cars we have, we probably have a total of about 1 million on our roads in the UK, which is a split between the BEVs and the hybrids. But I think if you look in the year 2030, for instance, we should have about 7 million EVs. So I think with those 7 million EVs, by saving this amount of money, you will look at a kind of overall saving by the users of about 5 billion, roughly 5 billion pounds, and that's starting to be kind of a reasonable number. So I think the answer is yes, we're going in this direction, but from a point of view of number of vehicles on the road, this is still fairly early on.
Of course. Nick, I'm just going to extend that question to you if I can. Where do you see the most substantial cost savings being realised within the residential sector, and to what extent are they being monetised at this point?
Yeah, so as Dominique mentioned, there are savings for the typical homeowner now installing a charger inside their home. They can save by optimizing for time of use rates against the availability on the grid. We've now had the introduction by National Grid for the demand flexibility service, because we're worried about grid issues happening this winter, and you can save additional money as an individual electric vehicle owner charging your electric vehicle at home. And then the other big use case that we see that's being driven by the energy crisis is there's a lot of people wanting to install other devices inside the home, like solar panels as well. And so charging your electric vehicle using solar panels and avoiding the cost of energy from the grid, when the cost of energy on the grid is really, really rising, is becoming increasingly important. And I think all of those things together, yeah, I mean, you can save £600-800. we have users on our platform that are saving, some of the London taxi drivers on our platform saving a couple of £1,000s a year on just optimizing their electric vehicle charging for the right times for the grid, and then also for their local generation too.
And do you think we're starting to see, or we are going to see, a change in who can benefit from a lot of those savings? Thinking particularly, we've touched on consumers a little bit there, but there's also, of course, manufacturers and leasing companies and anybody else that might be involved in that. Is that something? Could I come to you for that, and then maybe on to you, Stephen?
Yeah, I do think so. I think ultimately it has to be delivered through the electric vehicle driver. So everybody who drives a car wants their electric vehicle charged for the time that they need it. And Stephen can talk about this in the bus sector. Is very, very important. But we all fundamentally want that. So we have to deliver a value proposition that works for them. But I think increasingly that means that, like, well, if you're a fleet operator, if you've got a fleet manager that has a set of fleet drivers underneath, then there is a benefit to enable smart charging services. So you can save money across the entire fleet. If you're a car OEM and you're selling your vehicles and you're maybe leasing them for a number of different years, there's a benefit there in terms of the reduction in the total cost of ownership of those electric vehicles that you can then roll out to your end customers. So I think increasingly those types of parties are going to be looking at things like smart and optimized charging and using it as a way to enhance the value proposition that they're delivering back to their end, to individual drivers.
And is that the way you see things, Stephen?
Yeah, and I think it's sort of it's quite a long decision tree in a way, because if you want to save on your electric vehicle, the best thing you can do is just use less kilowatt hours, right? Drive more energy efficiently, which then has a knock-on effect, because then it gives you more flexibility, because you have more choice over how much you then charge that reduced amount of energy and what time window, so you can participate more in the services that Nick and Dominic were talking about. But I think the other bit is who benefits is always a bit the question, right? Because if somebody's, say, doing lots of vehicle to grid with your battery and eating up your battery warranty and not compensating you for it, you're probably going to have an opinion about that. So how do you pull the benefits and the risks together in a business model where the party that are taking the risk, taking the benefit, and get that alignment of incentives? And that's sort of where we see that parties such as ourselves or such as EV Energy, you can get all these things together and use it as a service rather than something you constantly have to go through a decision tree yourself as a user every time you plug in, which could be quite cumbersome and time consuming.
It's a complicated landscape already, just from the opening 5 minutes or so. Just a question for you, Dominic, really. When we start to take that into the cost side, and we've touched a little bit on fleet there and sort of larger scale things, where do you think the potential exists for larger scale cost savings? And has there been realization of those cost savings to date?
Yeah, so I think if we're looking at of course, the energy being used, that being saved, I think the solutions that we just explained, as they will scale to all the users, will be significant. But I think the other side of the coin is also, what about the cost of the solutions, the hardware, the software which is used for this? I think when it comes to the hardware, we see a quick consolidation in the sector. We see a much higher reliability. So we will have the emergence of I would say, key players in both the DC world and in the AC world as well. So that will reduce the cost, and quite importantly as well, the reliability, and that will in turn have more cost saving. And when it comes to the solution and the software solutions, there's also a consolidation there, but ultimately by deploying those software solutions with many more users, many more B2B users as well, and end users, that will per unit, per transaction, that will bring significant cost savings. So in some way, we're only at the beginning of that cost-saving journey.
And I guess there's a question for all three of you, actually. We've sort of hinted at it a couple of times around scale and when. Do you think that energy providers or utilities have really, are they just dipping their toe in, or are we seeing anyone really, really go after it and sort of seize the sort of early opportunity? Nick, would you like to?
Yeah, so I think, right now Dominic said there's like 1 million vehicles on the road. Each of those vehicles is approximately, from a residential perspective, is about 1 kilowatt. So that's about 1 gigawatt of load. In 2030, there could be maybe 10 million vehicles. That's 10 gigawatts. So you can quickly get to a power plant that's going to be bigger than Hinkley Point C, with controlling and managing all of this electric vehicle load. Right now, it's at the very innovation stage. There are markets opening up, demand flexibility service coming forward from National Grid. The DNOs are starting to procure services. The energy retailers are starting to do things. It's very much at the kind of innovation and exciting stage of the market. It's not at scale yet, but the opportunity is really, really vast. But when you get it through to, say, 2030 with 10 million vehicles on the UK's roads, and then globally, multiple tens of millions of electric vehicles that you could control for the benefit of integrating more renewable energy into the energy system.
We're already seeing some of that benefit on the fleet side, because, I mean, every bus is about 10 Teslas. 700 or so online this year, which obviously that's about 70 megawatts. That's not quite Hinkley Point, but it's got the benefit it's here already, which we can't really say about some Hinkley Point expansions. But it is larger than, say, an onshore wind farm or free. So it puts it in perspective. I think the industrial scale of the spectrum has been moving a lot quicker in a sort of invisible way compared to what people expect. And with the utilities, yes, they could focus on agile tariffs and all these other things, and I'm not saying they shouldn't. But if we really want them to accelerate this transition as much as they can, I'd almost want them to focus on another part of the spectrum, which is how do you get these vehicles connected quicker? How do you streamline your connection process so that a bus depot or a truck depot doesn't have to wait 18 months for a connection to even be approved? Or how can councils help on planning permissions and other kinds of things that are sometimes holding these things back? So I'd have a different request for the utility.
And maybe one additional comment here. I think if you look at how the market is scaling and how the savings are scaling, I think what is important to see is that it does not necessarily happen at the same speed for the individual users than on the larger users or at a system basis. Like, for instance, what we mentioned earlier is that some drivers today already can save £600-700. That's significant. Or even, as Nick mentioned, the examples of frequent user with 1,000 quid or more per year. That's already quite a lot at the scale of the driver. So that has significantly expanded since a few years ago. But however, on a system basis, when you see the benefits of demand response on a measurable scale, really for the utility energy providers, that will take a bit more time. So again, the speed at which a certain scale can be reached varies from some of the different members of the ecosystem.
And have you seen, or do you consider that there is a very, very clear picture and pathway for anyone who's thinking about large-scale monetization? Is it easy for them to see that picture in your experience, or do you think there's a more clear story to be told for investors or for anyone who's planning strategy for the future? What are we seeing that's going well, and where are we seeing people who are a bit nervous?
I can say already for the investors, I think there's already players being positioned, people that are active in the trading area, for instance, that really see ultimately when you have all those batteries of vehicles that are present that can be connected for the grid for demand response. You can already do it on a large scale with fixed batteries. I think we have several companies who have these large batteries next to substations and doing arbitrage all the time. That happens. But I think if you try to bring all the vehicles and their batteries to do the same thing, you have already some energy trading companies associated and investing in that concept. So I think there's a pathway there, which again is in the fairly early days.
Just a question that's coming online, actually, just related to that. I'd be interested to get some thoughts on it. Can you give us a view on investor appetite and sentiment for transactions and fundraising in the CPO space? What's your view on the investor appetite for transactions and fundraising?
I think it's if I understand well, you mean for the CPOs? So yes, I think these are the CPOs. Again, it depends how you define them. You have asset heavy, asset light. But I think you see, in fact, in the asset light CPOs that are mostly based on software solutions that can host effectively the different users by creating a CPOs. You see quite a strong appetite there. I think it's about having the good ecosystem, having the right business model. But I think in general the market is becoming more selective. But the right sectors within e-mobility as a whole, from a funding point of view and from an investor appetite point of view, remain quite strong.
Is that the experience you've had?
I would say there's definitely an appetite, but there's also a need for them to understand different business models than perhaps what they've seen before. I think Dominic's caveat there about, well, the right business model in the right segment might have a very different response than others, but I would say, yeah, there's definitely appetite. And the thing is, there's a lot of capital needed. I mean, if you look at some of the numbers that the consultants throw out, like the BCGs and the McKinseys, 150 trillion by 2030 just for the commitments made, not what we actually need to do to stay below 1.5 degrees. No, just current commitments. 2 billion raised this year, according to Dominic's chart earlier. Well, there's a long way to go.
Yeah, I mean, I think this actually comes back to the question before that you were talking about, which was the pathway. And can we see that clear pathway? I think some of the challenge is this energy transition is going on in the background, and we are building the pathway as we go and build these businesses. I actually think it's quite a big advantage having EV energy based in the UK, because I think the UK is actually thinking through some of these issues in a way that's actually world leading. I think, you know, the markets for distribution network services in the UK are the most forward thinking, I think, of anywhere in the world. I think the stuff that National Grid's doing with the demand flexibility service is very forward thinking. We still need more changes, and I think that then makes it somewhat challenging for sometimes investors to get their head around how these changes are going to develop across multiple different international markets and what the returns actually will be. But I think what is undisputed is the transition is happening, and that will create headaches for the grid, and we need to manage that in a way that's coordinated, and that's the role we can play.
So we talked there about pathway, and a couple of you have mentioned the need for different parties to understand or get their head around things and so on. To be clear, who do you think are the major beneficiaries of this kind of transition and this opportunity? Who could they be, and what do they need to know?
The answer is, well, it has to be the end user and society at large, but going a bit deeper into that, the user has to be the beneficiary, period, because if it doesn't work for the user, how do you convince them from not just buying another diesel truck or van or car or whatever? So that's point one. But what do they need to know to benefit? And I think this is where you'll find varying answers from an audience, is that the OEM will say, oh, don't worry, we'll take care of everything. But the question is, if you can't deliver a truck within 12 months, should you really be focused at getting involved in putting grid meters all across the street? Open question. If you're a utility, are you the most, again, effective at inventing new software models, etc.? Maybe you are, maybe you're not. Are you going to roll that out in other utilities' territory? Yes or no? Or is there a need for different business models, again, where you have a slightly different ownership, which is, again, what sort of, again, playing a bit to our own business model, but also if you look at software-only business models, that aggregation of 60 different charger models with hundreds of different vehicle types, with 50 different utilities, or maybe just if you look at the big six in the UK, that's already quite a complex puzzle. And I think people are too much thinking, oh, I'm going to grab everything. I can't work with you because you overlap with my business model in this tiny little sliver, so I'm going to do nothing with you, is the wrong way to think. We really need to move more towards a partnership approach where even companies such as the one sitting here at the panel, we might say, well, we've got a few kilowatts short to participate in this new service WPD has launched. Can we share volume and actually go after this? And it accelerates the uptake of these savings by a few years. These debates aren't happening enough at the moment.
Nodding heads here.
Yeah, I mean, I think some of the reasons we would collaborate is because we share that common view of delivering for I know it's not a flip, I think you have to deliver for the end customer first. And then if you create value, then really it's all about just problem solving. And it's figuring out, like, how do we collaborate to participate with WPD or National Grid or a utility over here, or a hardware manufacturer that has some interesting integration requirements, or an OEM. And then we piece that all together, and then hopefully we realize the goal that we're all shooting for, which is the impact and the benefit for society of integrating more low-carbon tech into the grid.
Just one more question before we go to the room. I'm going to ask Dominique to answer this one. What would your advice be to entrepreneurs, investors focused on grid efficiency? Where are the viable and really monetizable business models?
Yes, I think I will leave this one to some extent to the actual entrepreneurs here who have companies. But just before saying this is that we are very much in the early phases of this, so there's really plenty to do in the areas around trading, for instance, because I think we have been discussing a lot that the automotive industry or the mobility industry and the energy sector, both of them are trillion-dollar industry. This is for the first time through this energy interface, this smart charging that is truly come together and is only starting. So I think around the trading and the optimization of this, you will see some absolutely plenty of opportunities, and that's really only starting. But Nick, you will probably have a perspective on that as well.
I mean, we've talked about some of these things before on the panel, so I think we would definitely say continue the focus on the driver is got to be the way to think. I think being based in the UK is actually quite good, actually. It's an advantage. It's amazing. The UK is amazing in this front. And then I would say, I think within unlocking these markets, a certain degree of patience is required to know that these things are going to happen over time, but we don't quite know exactly when the regulatory moves will happen, but they do. Just have faith that they will happen.
Yeah, just building on the last one, it is a compounding effect, right? I mean, if you say we've got 700 odd vehicles now, you can do certain things, you can go after certain savings. When you're twice the size, there's other savings you can go after, and you sort of have this continuous improvement thing, I think is really important. In terms of advice to other entrepreneurs, rather than obviously inviting them to be competitors of either of ours, is actually look at one of these challenges we talked about earlier. Like if you can find a way to help the utilities process a grid request for a 7 kilowatt charger or a 150 kilowatt charger in a bus depot in 7 days rather than 60 days, you'll make fortunes, right? Focus on these individual problems, or build a charger that actually can send energy data with any reliability, or a telematics provider that can really pull information within the frequency that you need for grid services, right? 20 times a second. You don't check your petrol tank that often, do you, right? So it's these types of, find one challenge and then really focus and double down on that. That would be my advice.
Interesting stuff. Thank you. We talk, don't we, about consumers and drivers and fixing their challenges, and it's exactly the same for anyone looking to get into the space. I'm going to open up now to any questions from within the room. Are there any hands? There's one right at the back. Great. That's good. Normally it's here. It's good that it's up there. We're going to make our team get their steps in.
Thank you. I was thinking of changing my strategy and sitting over there, by the way. So well done on spotting me. Hello, panel. The question I have, you mentioned large-scale monetization here. And I think the urban centers have the commercial model to get the charging point infrastructure because of the footfall and the way the commute is and the way the businesses are. The challenge is the rural sector. So how do we create a model from the charge point installation perspective so that we have that equal infrastructure across the regions or bigger regions? Is the economies of scale is the answer if we bring the urban and rural together? Because what I struggle to understand is urban centers have the business case, but is the kind of the rural centers who do not have either the footfall or either the commercial case where the charge point operators will come and say, I'll invest this for you. So how do we tackle that challenge of urban versus rural?
Yeah. Well, maybe I can start and people can fill in. Data. Because the problem is so we work, for instance, with long-distance coach providers, and they want electric charging infrastructure, but they need to go long distance. So how do you figure out where you can charge without having to plan all the highway infrastructure yourself? Is by sharing information with other people, right? Because there might be trucks doing these routes, or there might be existing bus depots that got infrastructure that isn't used during the day where they can make a pit stop. So I think in the rural areas, it's all about finding that footfall, like you say, through data sharing, and I think councils and utilities have got a big role to play there as sort of central data aggregators or encouragers of information sharing.
I'd agree with data as a massive role to play there. I think in some regards, rural is sometimes easier from a light-duty vehicle perspective because you can oftentimes install home chargers. There are some innovative models where home chargers can be shared amongst communities, which then means that EV adoption can be encouraged. So data has a role to play there, for sure.
Here, I think every time we can reduce, in a way, the friction to trading, which is by quicker and better communication is between the different parties is better. Keep in mind, energy by nature is also fairly regional, so you need the users in a certain area to be able to do a certain amount of demand response, but really removing the frictions for this trading to take place and creating the arbitrage and the saving is the key.
Okay. Are there any more questions from within the room? Yes.
Hi, Natasha Patel from Baringa. You all have brilliantly touched on some of the key barriers that we're seeing, right? So you talked about the integration of the OEM with the charger, the cost of the charger itself in many instances, and this is talking specifically about, I guess, vehicle to grid, so the actual bi-directional capability that we ideally want to go for eventually. We've talked about standards, and you've talked about communication protocols being an issue. You mentioned the timing of response. Absolutely right, Stephen. The markets need to be there to bid into. You need something convenient for the customer. There are so many things, in a way, that need to be fixed. What would you say is the most important thing for us in the room to be focused on in order to really move the dial towards this large-scale monetization?
The most important thing. Wow. So I think, well, maybe I'll kick off with an idea around. I think I've mentioned a couple of times around the UK as being kind of a leading place for this. I think one of the things the UK's done is it's introduced the smart charging regulations that have meant that every single home charger has to be able to respond in real time to signals on the grid. I think that's a really big step in the right direction. And I think there's a role for government and regulators to play to keep up with the technology and keep pushing in the right direction in a supportive way that doesn't stifle innovation, which is hard, but I think that is an example of a good step that was made that has supported regulation and will keep us moving towards that smart and connected future.
I gave some concrete examples earlier that were very specific and perhaps not entirely hypothetical. But I'd second that as well. It's how do you encourage more collaboration or I think more experimentation in what are traditionally perhaps conservative industries because reliability was so important. So how do you get the utilities to experiment with new models? I mean, I think some of what National Grid's done recently on demand flexibility, I mean, they launched that in, 4 weeks? That's incredible, right? Did they probably get it first time right? Maybe not, we'll know in a bit, but then they experiment and they refine, and I think encouraging that mindset of the utilities, council, cities, national government, etc., would be helpful.
Yeah, I would say that really in the same direction here. It's about really promote the connectivity of the whole charging point, whether it is at home, where it's being done through regulation, but also destination charging on the way to. And once you have all this truly connected, you can build on that connectivity to achieve the savings. So that's really the key.
Brilliant, thank you. Well, those are all the questions we've got time for. Well, no, why not? That was a vigorous hand in the air, so let's just go with one more. I'm sure I'll be in trouble for that.
Thank you. Just a quick question. What do you think the role of smart charging is for public charging and also for vehicle to grid?
I think, yeah, I'll jump in on that one. So I think smart charging is happening inside the home. It's also, I think the ideas, the concept of managing demand in the public space will also become very widespread as well. We already see variable rates on like Tesla superchargers, on like rapid charging networks. The goal there is to increase utilization on those assets. And I think similar kinds of smart charging techniques will be used and deployed to nudge customers to use those assets at times when it's best for the asset operator to increase utilization and then to increase returns and then also allow us all to get access to the charging we need at the times and prices we want.
Yeah, again, violent agreements, I'm afraid. The one thing though is that with the longer charge period you have, obviously the more flexibility you can offer on that given charger. So when you think of public charging, you'd say, well, hold on, they're only plugged in for half an hour. If I double that, people aren't going to be very happy because it goes against the revenue model. But I think what people forget is these energy services often rely on 30-second interruption, 100 millisecond responses. And if you've got enough of them moving with a tolerance or plus or minus 5%, you're not going to notice if it took your car 2 minutes longer to charge than it would have otherwise, right? You're not going to notice that. But you need hundreds or thousands of people plugged in at the same time. So in the end, it's just a data and a communication problem again in the end.
Okay, thank you. So there's obviously huge potential, huge opportunity. The three things I'm kind of taking from this, data, and that was a theme flowing through much of this morning, frameworks and regulation would be other things that I've just picked up particularly here. The last thing from this panel before I let these gentlemen leave is collaboration. So hopefully over your lunch you will have a good opportunity to set in motion some of those projects that this event is famous for. So thank you very much, gentlemen. We've got one more speaker before we let you go to lunch. But first of all, I'd like to thank the panel. Okay, so before we all head to lunch, I would like to invite to the stage our next keynote speaker, Jonathan Goodman, the CEO of Polestar UK.
Thanks, Mark. I'm obviously painfully aware that I am the only person standing between you and lunch at the moment, so we'll try and keep it relevant and try and keep it quite brief. It's a great honour and a privilege to be here. I think the EV Summit does a remarkably important job every year of helping us to move the move to electrification up the social and the political agenda. And Aid and the team, thank you for all you do. It is vitally important to us that we stay highly rooted. We're at an exciting and pivotal time for the car industry as it moves faster and faster towards an electric future. And let's make no bones about it. The electric future is coming, and it's coming faster than ever. Look at the industry here in the UK. In 2022, we've seen nearly 1 in 5 cars being sold as a full battery electric vehicle. Increase of over 40% in a market that's down by around 6%. They're exciting times for all of us who work in the industry and all of us that are passionate about that move towards electrification. But much more needs to be done, as we've heard throughout this morning, because this journey is only just starting, but it's starting and it's moving very fast indeed. Now at Polestar, we're playing our role in helping to drive this change. It's been an interesting journey, to be honest with you, over the past 5 years, launching a new electric car brand right in the middle of a global pandemic. We're a company that's centered around design. We believe that the cars need to look attractive and fantastic and have that avant-garde feel to them that is going to encourage take-up by the public. But we've also believed that the industry needs to change, that we need to look at a new model within the industry in the way in which we retail automotive products. So we introduced a new route to market, an online direct consumer model, a model that unashamedly seeks to change the face of automotive retail. We wanted to make buying a car fun again. We wanted to bring our car showrooms into city centres where people are already going to shop, not put them outside of the city in a place where the only other shop you're going to find is another car dealership. Our spaces, as we call them, or showrooms as you might like to call them, are all staffed entirely by non-commissioned product experts. Why? Because you're going to sign direct with Polestar. So no one in the Polestar showroom is going to be waving a little order form under your nose, trying to hassle you to take you into the car they've got parked round the back that's got 5,000 euros off it. They know the amount of research that goes in before anyone sets foot in a showroom, and their only job is to help you make the right decision. And what we find increasingly is that what people want from their product expert is actually information about electrification, information about charging. They've done the research about the product. So no intimidating cathedrals for you to walk into, no being belittled by the person whether you can or can't afford a car, just simply people there to help answer the questions that you've got. Do you know what? It's working. Last month, Polestar globally welcomed the 1 millionth customer into our showrooms around the globe. Last month, equally, we went through 100,000 cars a year, which we've been built. And here on the roads in the UK, we already have over 11,000 Polestars running around. For me, it's a real sign that that acceleration of the shift to EV has started, and it's accelerating all the time. Why do I believe we're changing the face of retail? I believe that we're playing a part of it, and the reason that I know we're playing a part of it is I'm now seeing other OEMs moving towards a direct consumer business and changing what's been the same process of selling cars for the last 90 years, and I'm delighted to see that happen. And we need it because we need a premium route to market for what is a premium product at the moment. But our view is that the electric car is worth so much more than that. That instant acceleration, that feeling of silence in a noisy world. We have a belief at Polestar, and it's shared in the industry, that electrification is, in fact, the new premium. In fact, I'd go further. I'd say that if you're driving a car in 2022 that is not electric, you're not driving a premium product. You cannot, in 2022, with what we know about global warming, what we know about air quality, you cannot say you're in a premium car if it's belching out CO2 with every kilometre it's driving. We believe passionately in improving the world that we live in. We also believe that simply introducing an electric car is just the start, because we know that the electric car of today comes with a carbon footprint. We take our responsibility seriously. And so it's crucial for the industry to offer transparency to the customer so that they can judge the cars for themselves. So we launched our life cycle analysis. This gives the customer the actual carbon footprint of the car that they purchase, what it's taken to get it on the road, and we made that available to every manufacturer around the globe. It's an intent for us to give the transparency that the customer deserves. But this was just the start. That was our start point. And since we introduced this in 2020, we've taken 1.7 tons of CO2 out of the carbon footprint of the Polestar 2 that you see outside. We introduced blockchain technology on key materials like cobalt and lithium. If you like, a digital ledger so that you as a customer know exactly what's happened from the mine to the car to get those key materials in there. And we'll be expanding that. But we've always said that the electrification of the car was just the start. Polestar made a commitment, which the industry needs to follow, to be climate neutral as a company by 2040. And to meet that goal, we introduced the Polestar Zero project, which is our moonshot goal to have a truly climate neutral car coming out of the factory gates without offsetting by 2030, without offsetting. This is an ambition that's unparalleled in the industry, and it's open for others to come and join. We currently have 25 companies from different industries that are working with us on this goal, and it's hugely important. It's an ambition that mobilizes everybody within the Polestar organization: designers, procurement, R&D, the commercial forces. Our agenda and commitment is clear, but much more needs to be done across all elements of society to ensure that this move to electrification happens. And we've heard so much talked about it already today. With everything that's pointing in the right direction, the market's increasing, the number of cars are increasing, a word of caution. We need to be doing more to encourage the adoption of electric vehicles. Now, is this a manufacturer standing in front of you and asking for nice bonuses or incentives to be given to the car industry? Absolutely not. I would just happen to state that there is no country in Western Europe that offers less retail incentive to an electric car buyer than the UK. But there are simple things that we can do to help, and we've heard some of them discussed today. Why do we charge VAT on public chargers? Surely a simple way to make public charging more appropriate is to drop it down to that 5% level that we see on your home charging. Why do we pay parking fees as we charge the car? If we want to encourage adoption, we have to be sensitive to every single cost factor that's there. We know that renewable energy halves the carbon footprint in life of an EV, and there must be a real drive to push the EV supply more and more down the renewable energy route that we see so frequently in our home market of Sweden. The capability is there. We've seen the progress that's been made by National Grid. The investment is happening, but it needs to be driven by the UK government, especially in an era of energy security concerns. The wind keeps blowing and the sun keeps shining, even in the UK. Right now, what we need above all to ensure that the right infrastructure is in place. The right infrastructure is crucial in driving the adoption of electric vehicles, but the number, speed, and reliability of charging stations is not yet matching the development of the cars themselves. Everyone keeps talking about 2030. It's coming quickly. For the car industry, 2030 is tomorrow. The number of cars coming down the roads from all brands is increasing exponentially. Factories are being repurposed for an EV future. So it's always a concern to me to hear in a panel that people saying what we need is clear targets. The clear targets have been set by the government. Now the whole industry needs to move there. The car makers are doing their bit. A massive rollout of new product on its way. Private investment is expanding. And here in the UK, the electric charging stations built by the likes of GridServe, Instavolt are showing the way forward, and we've seen substantial investment commitments and heard about them again this morning from the petrol giants like BP and Shell. We need to see more from the governments that are setting the emission targets. They need to do more to facilitate the transition. At Polestar, we urge both the governments and the private sector to face up to their responsibilities, to speed up development, and to create the regulatory framework that encourages and accelerates infrastructure investment. Investment that matches the new products and the demand that they've created. So to that mind, a little moan, shame the minister's not here, but reducing customer incentives to change to battery electric vehicles in terms of road tax is a step backwards. It's sending a signal to people as they make a decision, should I be doing this or not? The politicians and the private sector need to step up, and they need to step up now. The time for talking, if we want to be there in 2030, is over. The time for action is here. We're here discussing the future of our cities and the route to electrification. To my mind, it would be farcical if we develop, as we develop the cars of the future, that they're let down by the infrastructure of the past. At Polestar, sustainability is driving the move to electrification, is at our core, as it is for pretty well everybody who's in this room. We are on the cusp of an amazing change in the car industry, one of the most fundamental changes it's ever known. And we have to make sure that all the stars are aligned if we're going to see this through. Thank you very much. Mark, back to you.
So Jonathan wasn't the person keeping you between this and your lunch. Unfortunately, that accolade goes to me, but I will be quick. I'd like to start by thanking you, Jonathan, for some really salient points. So great to see a focus on helping people buy a car, which, let's remember, is really hard even before we get to the point that it's electric. And no doubt the Polestar 3 will take us all forward again. And lastly, on that, thank you for outlining the challenge. It's really easy for us to talk detail here, but remembering why we're here and what electrification is all about is important, and keeping a focus on that. Now, before I let you go, there are some interesting and important side events taking place today and tomorrow. Call it the Summit Fringe, if you will. You know, an event's got growth and legs when there's a fringe already. Well done. Cambridge Clean Tech and Oxfordshire Green Tech invite you to 3 roundtables on the challenges and opportunities that cities face in developing EV ecosystems. And the first of those, which is on EV infrastructure innovation across the UK, takes place today at 2:30 in Seminar Room A. So if you'd like to attend, then please gather at the Cambridge Clean Tech and Oxfordshire Green Tech stands in the foyer at 2:25. Spaces will be limited, and it's on a first-come, first-served thing, so please be prompt. Tomorrow's sessions are on last-mile mobility and mobility as a service. They will take place at 10:45 and 2:30, respectively. They'll be in the same room, and you'll need to be at those places 5 minutes earlier. If you've forgotten everything I just said, then we'll remind you tomorrow. But there is one this afternoon at 2:30. When we come back, Aid will be leading you through the afternoon. He'll be joined, first of all, by Tim Slatter, Chairman at Ford UK, who will be talking about their work in the EV space before the remaining two panels. So all that remains is for me to say thank you very much. Enjoy your lunch. We're going to break, so please do go and get some lunch from the food trucks around by the pavilion, and we'll see you back here at 2:15. Thank you very much.
2, 1, 2. Testing, testing, 1, 2.
Welcome back to the EV Summit for the first afternoon session. My name is Aid Thomas. I'm both the founder of GreenTV Media and of the EV Summit. This is the 5th EV Summit, and I think it's the most significant project I've ever been involved with. So, and it's in very, very real terms due to the incredible partners who helped make this partnership project come to life. So thank you very much indeed for making this such a huge success. And thanks to Mark Palmer this morning, looking after the sessions, Mark from Auto Trader. And particular thanks to our sponsors and to Visa, our headline sponsor. So to begin this super exciting and insightful afternoon session, I am absolutely and genuinely really delighted to welcome Tim Slatter, the new chairman of Ford UK, to the EV Summit. Ford have been one of the OEMs I've personally wanted to welcome here to the summit for a few years now, so I'm super, super pleased to welcome Tim to the stage. Tim, please do take to the stage for us.
Aid, thank you very much indeed. Well, it's a great honour to be invited to come and talk to you this afternoon, so thank you very much for the invitation. So I'm just going to give a little bit of a kind of flyover of what we're up to at Ford, not just in the UK, of course, but in Europe and more broadly globally. So first of all, you know, we are taking a very comprehensive approach to this revolution that the industry is going through. Clearly, we're focused on product, so all of our new vehicle sales will be zero emission. Sorry, I need to change both slides. So we'll be zero emission vehicles by 2035, all passenger vehicles by 2030, and I think we were one of the first OEMs to announce that. Our facilities will be carbon neutral in the EU by 2035, so that's a fully science-based target approach, and we'll only use carbon offsetting for unavoidable emissions. All of our tier 1 suppliers will be carbon neutral by 2035 also, and our logistics network will be carbon neutral also in that time frame or earlier. So when we talk about these dates, these are not targets, these are limits. And so, you know, I sort of think that a lot of this is going to sort of reach a tipping point in the next 3 to 5 years, and we'll see an acceleration of these objectives being reached. By 2024, we're going to have 9 all-electric connected cars and vans on sale in Europe. We've announced an electric version of the Puma, a medium-sized crossover, a sports crossover, of course the Mustang Mach-E, which is already on the market, and there's one parked outside. I'm also the vehicle line director for all the transit products globally, and so I'm, you know, so excited about this range of commercial vehicles which we are going to launch over the coming 24 months. You can see the Transit Courier, the Tornado Courier, Transit Custom, Tornado Custom, and the E-Transit, which is already on the market, the big 2-ton vehicle. And what we're finding is that once we get our commercial vehicle customers into these electric vehicles, they never want to look back. You know, they are so excited about fully electric vehicles on the commercial side. You know, we're just so excited with the uptake and the enthusiasm from all of our customers. Of course, at Halewood, we have announced a couple of weeks ago a further investment in our manufacturing facilities up there. So that now totals £380 million of investment in Halewood. That's supported by a further £25 million of investment in our technical centre in Dunton, where we have our ePrime facility, which is a facility where we do all the manufacturing systems and process development to support the eDrive facility. So that's a fantastic, I think, sign of confidence in the UK as a place to do business by the company, and fantastic news for our team up in Halewood and for the community in the Northwest. We've started an initiative called Park the Car. So this is a Europe initiative that we're piloting in the UK. And it might sound unusual for a car company like Ford to be launching something called Park the Car. But, you know, we want to show that we are dedicated to, you know, the decarbonisation of our lifestyle and of the industry. You can see here half of European car journeys are less than 5 kilometres, and 84% You could make an 84% reduction in personal carbon footprint if more people started to, use their bike or walk versus taking a short journey in a car. And this could lead to an 8% reduction in carbon emissions by motor vehicles. Now, we're starting at home, so we're making sure all of our facilities in the UK are friendly to our employees who would like to, cycle to work. So that means, making sure we've got the right facilities for storage of their bikes, somewhere for them to get changed or showered and so on. And we're also supporting, as one of the main sponsors of Ride London, starting next year. So we want this to sort of demonstrate that we are looking at all aspects of decarbonisation, not just the vehicles that we sell. So we have this thing called Our Road to a Better Future. So first of all, we're all in on electrification. So if I look at the cycle plan, so that's the plan of what products we're going to develop over the next 5 years or so, it's all electric. There's nothing in there which is distracting us from a full electrification agenda. We will be 100% electricity sourced in our EU manufacturing plants is already renewable, so we're already committed to that. We've been zero waste to landfill for several years now, and more than 85% of our vehicle parts are recycled or reused at the end of the vehicle life. By 2024, we'll have 7 all-electric cars and vans on the market. By 2026, in Europe, our sales of all-electric vehicles will exceed 600,000 units a year. Halewood, by the way, will produce 420,000 of the e-drives that we need. So Halewood is, more than 2/3 of the e-drive capacity for our European business, which just shows how important that is. And then, as I said, by 2035, all vehicles, including commercial vehicles, will be zero emissions. And then just in closing, some sort of important sort of opportunities to talk about, and how do we feel about the ZEV mandate, for example. We think the ZEV mandate is a critically important policy, because what it does, it gives us a framework to work alongside all of the industry participants, including investors in charging stations, for example. It gives us a roadmap of what we need to achieve by when, and we talk to Number 10 about this all the time, and the Department for Transport, and we want to kind of make sure that the government sticks to this, so that we have a very clear roadmap for all of the investments, like the investment in Halewood, like the investment in new products that we need to make to hit these dates of 2030 and 2035. The trade and cooperation agreement between the UK and the European Union remains absolutely critical. It's by far the most important trading relationship for the UK automotive industry. And again, we encourage the policymakers to continue to work on making that more and more secure, and a sort of not use it as any sort of bargaining chip. It must be underlined and underpinned and made stronger as possible. Charging infrastructure, of course, this is another topic between us and central government. The charging infrastructure is critical to make sure that as customers start to consider EVs, they aren't put off by the idea of charging being a problem. And it's essential that the charging infrastructure is ahead of the curve. So it's back to the ZEV mandate to say, well, okay, if we're really going to follow that line, what charging infrastructure is necessary to support it. And in closing, I'd say we're open to new collaborations. So please get in touch with us if there are any ideas of how we might collaborate. The whole industry is going through a transformation. It's not just the OEMs, it's not just the charging infrastructure, it's the whole industry all at the same time. And so collaborations are important. And as I said, we're completely open to that. Okay, so thank you very much for the opportunity.
Thanks very, very much indeed, Tim. I mean, hugely significant to see Ford, one of the established OEMs, making a total transition, not just to electrification, but to sustainability and decarbonisation throughout the whole manufacturing process. And as a keen cyclist myself, delighted to see Ford's commitment on that side too. So thanks very much indeed to Tim, and I'm sure we will gain some really powerful insights there. So now on to our first panel of this afternoon, the Future Proofing Property panel, sponsored by ABB. We've worked with ABB now on the World EV Day side for a number of years, but I'm delighted to welcome ABB to this, their first EV summit. A note on also welcoming Toddington Harper, who's going to be joining us on the panel. Toddington in 2018 made the announcement of the first electric forecourt here at the EV Summit. So again, we've been part of the journey of delivering on major EV charging infrastructure initiatives. Existing infrastructure is all around us, and utilizing this is essential to increasing adoption and accessibility. But also, how do we ensure that we make the right decisions now in preparation for the next generation of EV drivers? To answer those questions, I'm delighted to join us on the panel Oliver Johnson, the e-mobility lead at ABB, Toddington Harper, the CEO of GridServe, and Tom Masters, senior electrical engineer for Cal Ford Sidine. Thank you very much indeed for joining us. And thank you very much indeed for allowing me to have a seat. To start with, I'd just like to first hand over to Oliver from ABB, and thank you for sponsoring this panel. Oliver, would you like to just say some words on ABB's involvement in the sector?
Sure. So thank you, Aid. We've been involved in the mobility sector probably for 12 years now as an initial startup out of Delta University in the Netherlands, and then subsequently we've grown to a business which is now approximately 1,400 people, covering roughly 88 countries around the world where we sell our products, and very much at the forefront of developing EV charging products, all the way from commercial chargers for on the highway, as it were, and then all the way through to home products. And that's we continue to grow and develop our business.
Thanks very much, Oliver. I spoke to you briefly earlier. I understand that you have some exciting news for us, so just a few moments to tell us where you are in your journey over at GridServe, please.
Great. Thanks, Aid, for welcoming me back. And hi, everybody. So GridServe, as I imagine a number of you know, are on a mission to deliver sustainable energy on the scale needed to move the needle on climate change. The odds are against us. According to the IPCC, we need to peak global emissions by 2025 at the latest to have a chance of maintaining 1.5 degrees of warming. And so with that backdrop, we're going as quickly as we possibly can. We're producing clean energy, principally with solar farms. We're distributing that energy into electric vehicles. So we announced at this summit, as you said a number of years ago, the first electric forecourt. We showed a video, and many people said, "You're never going to build that." Well, we did build it. We built another one at Norwich, and of course we took over the network from Ecotricity. So we are now, I guess the big bit of news from us is we've now charged over 1 million vehicles this year, which we're really quite proud of. We're putting 10 million EV miles into electric vehicles every single month, where we are now. And that comes across a number of different areas. Electric forecourts, as anyone who knows who's been to one, deliver an absolutely phenomenal charging experience, but the whole environment is just designed around it. That's great for principally locations. On the motorway network, we're fast and furiously trying to deliver what we call electric super hubs, so minimum of 6 to 12 or more, 350 kilowatt chargers in as many places as we possibly can. And again, those are delivering great results. And I guess the bit which kind of ties well into this session is the other large number of chargers we have, which are the medium power chargers, which are where we replace the existing chargers and we put new ones in their place, and that's typically 2 chargers per location, and those are fed from the grid supply of the existing building, and that's where it's really quite challenging because you've got limited grid supply. The facilities weren't designed around that. And these chargers are being used, incredibly extensively, probably the highest utilization, I'd say, of any network probably anywhere in the world. And as as Oliver knows, they're really putting the chargers through their paces. And so, we're on a mission to both, increase the amount of power we can provide for those, and that's challenging. There's lots of things that we're doing that we're working on that. But more importantly, I think everybody realizes 1 or 2 chargers at motorway sites just isn't going to do it. So we're putting as many as we possibly can, as quickly as we can. And as I said, every single new super hub that we open is pretty much full from the moment we've done it. And so, watch this space. There's an awful lot more coming next year.
In short, I think it's fair to say you're one of the real pioneers of the EV charging sector. So absolutely delighted to have you on the stage here at the EV Summit. Thanks very much indeed, Toddington. Also joined by Sue Riddleston now, who heads up Bioregional. For those of you who don't know, Bioregional are one of the most amazing sustainability organisations in the UK, and I strongly urge you to take a look at their work. Thanks very much indeed for joining us. Sue just got off the train, so he joined us a little bit late, but just in the nick of time. Tom, would you mind just telling us a little bit about your work, please, as well?
So I work for a company called Calford Seedon, and essentially we're building services consultants. So everything to unlock the EVC and the charging world for cars, we'll be involved a lot earlier on in the design stages for projects and developments. So it's really crucial that we get on board as early as possible to look at the maximum demand for the building. Not only to save the developer money, but it's also looking at how we can utilise the electricity throughout the building itself, particularly looking into electrical vehicle charging. It's more so, do we want another substation? Do we need another substation? Can the existing infrastructure support what we're trying to do? So it's really crucial we get on board early on to enable us to make these decisions. So looking into also the regulations that are the driving force for us is approved document S, which is the infrastructure of EVCs, which was published, and it's mandatory from June this year, early this year. So we're working along with that and other regulations to ensure that we're providing the ambition that the government need to meet in 2030.
Very good, thanks very much indeed. So Sue, you're all about providing ambition in environmental change. Tell us a little bit more about your work, please.
So Bioregional, we're a not-for-profit sustainability consultancy, been going for nearly 30 years. Some of the original zero-carbon sustainable developments where we had, 20 years ago we had enough charging points for everybody, but of course now they're all out of date. And we work particularly on creating zero-carbon communities where it makes it easy for people to live a sustainable lifestyle, thinking about it in the most holistic way. And obviously, it's all about making the buildings energy efficient, but transport is an equal and rising amount of our carbon emissions, so it's really important that we tackle that. We also work with a lot of companies on sustainable products, so obviously there's a lot of embodied energy and impact in an electric vehicle, in the infrastructure, and we need to think about that as well. So it's all about modal shift, and EVs are an important part of it, and I'm the proud owner of an e-bike. So don't forget about the e-bikes, because they do a bit on keeping you fit and sociable as well. So it's not just cars, it's bikes too.
Absolutely. Thanks very much indeed, Sue. So getting into the heart of the discussion then. So Oliver, if I could ask you first. Oliver, why do we need an EV charging infrastructure installation in our homes and commercial buildings? Is the current public EV charging network not sufficient? Why do we need this extra capacity?
I'm sure, Aid. So again, when you're looking at most EV users, most of the energy that you need to leave your house in the morning with enough energy to get where you're going to get, like I did this morning, at some god earthly hour with the heater on in the car. It's important you have that availability in your local environment to possibly charge your car overnight. When you're not using the car, it's convenient to charge the car. So that's is the most important place to charge. And again, we've talked about that earlier on. We heard on some of the other panels, 4/5 of charging is taking place at home, as it were, in the situations where you can. It doesn't detract from the fact that I'll let Toddington fill in the next bit, but if you haven't got those facilities local, then you need other rapid charging facility or other facilities around there. But at home is sort of a very important part of where you need to charge your vehicles.
Toddington, I know you're working at breakneck speed to deliver public charging, but why still the need for domestic charging?
I mean, we need, again, if you come back to, what we're trying to achieve, deliver sustainable energy and move the needle on climate change and the timeframes we have available to try and do this with, we need to do everything we can. And the real challenge about domestic, if you can, it's fantastic. If you can, it would be great to also put solar on your roof. You can produce, for an average size solar installation on a domestic rooftop, 10,000 plus miles of EV charging a year from your roof. Isn't that amazing? But of course, you know, 40% of homes, roughly speaking, we understand you don't have the ability to charge at home. And if you look at the grid challenges that would enable those people to charge at home, it's certainly a lot more than an additional 10%. So we don't know the number, but without a great deal of, you know, additional huge investment, you know, in a very short period of time, I think it's probably reasonable to say around 50% of people won't easily be able to charge at home. And that's clearly an enormous problem. And when you know, if it's incredibly cold today, and so it's important that in homes you also have heating. We also need to get to net zero, or even zero better, for heating too, so you need heat pumps. And there just isn't enough capacity on the low voltage network to either get all the houses to be running on to have EV chargers or heat pumps, let alone the combination of the two. So we need a combination of solutions. We need them as quickly as we can. If you can put one on your home, put it on your home, but it's a good idea to bolster it with solar power, batteries, and some smart tech as well. And if you can't, then you need a combination of solutions outside of your home. So we've heard a number of people earlier talk about different options, from lamppost charging, if you happen to be lucky enough to have that near. But where we're coming from is really high power, really reliable charging hubs that will enable anybody to have the confidence whether they can charge at home or not. And of course, if you're on a very busy journey, or if you're a fleet vehicle, a fleet user, and you can't easily charge the vehicle at home, and there's different types of vehicles too, there's larger vehicles as well, which we're also working on, then you just need to have really robust charging infrastructure. So I mentioned what we've done in a pretty short amount of time, you know, which, you know, it's pretty incredible progress, but it's nowhere near enough. I think we all understand that. We need so much more, and this is not an either-or situation, it's both and, you know, times a million.
I think we're witnessing an interesting moment where the narrative around speed in the automotive sector is transitioning away from cars to the need to decarbonise. We've heard that from Jonathan at Polestar, now from Tim at Ford. You're talking about the need for speed in the shift for decarbonising charging. It's an interesting narrative transition.
It really is essential. And just back to that point of, you know, so let's say, you know, we can't question the IPCC, the world's leading scientists. And if they've told us we have until 2025, that's less than 1,000 days at the latest, to avoid temperature rises increasing 1.5 degrees of warming, then it's up to us, like now, you know, literally nobody's, you know, future generations will judge how we acted when we knew the science. And so it's just absolutely essential that we all get our skates on, and we don't aim for a target that doesn't achieve the desired result. We actually aim for a target to knock this out of the park. Surely that's the responsibility that we need to collectively be doing now.
Absolutely. Sue, could I just ask for your contribution to that question, please?
On the current infrastructure, we definitely need to improve it, and when we're working on new build developments with partners, we are looking to offer charging to all new homes, and when we're working with local authorities on their net zero carbon spatial planning strategies, we're recommending that they need to look into how they're going to retrofit the charging infrastructure to the existing homes. And there's no doubt, as you say, that it's absolutely essential and it's a massive challenge. So fantastic to have this conference where we're all getting our heads together on how to get on with it, because it's amazing what we can all achieve if we just all pull together on this one. And it is one that the government seems to be behind. So that's a great start.
We'll come on to the government mandate piece in a second, but before we do, Tom, you're an engineer, an electrical engineer. What's your take on this?
Well, we're meant to call ourselves building services engineers now, so more rounded. No, so, excuse me, just touching on the other regulations and parts L, O, F and S, which is the EVCs. So it's not only looking at the electrical vehicle charging infrastructure, but it's also looking at the overheating for buildings, and it's also looking at additional ventilation and decarbonisation of the grid. All this builds into one picture for my role and our duties for our clients. We've got to essentially look at how much of infrastructure is required. Now, when you're looking at domestic uses, it's slightly different to what we do in terms of when we're looking at a residential building which has got 400 apartments. We need to look at how, is it possible to provide a car charger for each dwelling, or how do we look at it? So Part S lists out items in there to say, there's a cost gap on there. So if you do exceed that, you'll then look at if it's 7% over the total cost, do we put infrastructure in so we've got it ready for the next phase? So it's really looking into that, but the infrastructure will be ready. But like I say, they see steps at the moment, so publicising the Part S, it outdates what was previously issued by the government in London to say that we must provide 20 passive and 20 active chargers. That's now superseded by Part S, which is growing to meet the ambition which we're trying to set out for the 2030 removal of combustion engines.
Very good, thanks so much. So to move on to that government mandate piece then, so is it right for governments to mandate on the installation of EV chargers at homes and commercial buildings? Oliver, can I hand that one to you first, please?
Yeah, mandating anything is always obviously a slightly tricky subject. I think it's a step in the right direction because I think it's an enablement factor that sometimes people might not want to take on their own. And having gone through the process of having your own EV charger put in your own house, sometimes it can be a painful process. And I think a lot of the research suggests that it makes houses more attractive to potential purchasers. And so I think then it's another enablement thing, and then moving on to obviously what Toddington said, whatever we can do to encourage this adoption is a very positive thing. So I think it's a good step in the right direction.
Mm-hmm. Very good. Toddington, can I hand that one to you?
Yeah, I think it's extremely positive. I think the great role for government is to set the North Star. And that's what's happened with the Climate Change Act, which has then forced think about how do you actually deliver that, which is then forcing that, you're not going to be able to buy new petrol and diesel cars by 2030 and so on and so forth. And what that does is it allows industry to kind of gear up and raise the money because it takes the risk out of, is this ever going to happen? And so, putting more and more regulation around ensuring that it does happen earlier and people have more chargers and more confidence around this is all a good thing.
Mm. Very good. Sue?
In this country, the government seems to be wanting to let 1,000 flowers grow and see what happens. And I think if you think about recycling services as an analogy, where it's always a bit different everywhere, it makes it a bit more of a thought process for people. So whatever the sector can do to respond to this government mandate by making it as easy as possible for people, that things are quite similar, for people to use, that the same language is used, I feel is very important to really help the sector grow and take off. But my own experience is that it seems pretty easy and straightforward at the moment. I've used a few different types of EV chargers, and even if they are different, it seems quite easy. So I think the sector's doing a good job. And I think the government just needs to make sure it doesn't get in the way, and the sector needs to have that conversation with government whenever anything gets in the way, get straight in there. And there are advocacy groups that we're a part of, like the Aldersgate group, who are in and out of government all day long and have these relationships with ministers. So making sure that ministers know if there's anything standing in the way for the sector, I think is really important.
Mm-hmm. And Tom, at the rock face of things as an electrical engineer, what's your take on this government mandating question?
I think it's a brilliant idea. I think what they're doing is they're not forcing our hand, but they're saying in 2030 there's going to be drastic change in our industry. So we're getting on board now. And for me, being able to do the design process at early stages lets me understand how much energy we need and how much energy we need to use. And also what comes into it for our side is the innovation behind it. How are we going to survive on less power for this particular project, for example? So we're looking at vehicle to home charging or vehicle to grid to mitigate any short-term overloading. So there's things in the pipeline that we're looking into, but for now, we know that it's not mandated to say 100% chargers everywhere. There must be we're doing step by step, which allows us for the innovation to grow as we design. And I think that's really helpful in terms of our position in the market and how we design and give the developers what they want.
Where do you see that vehicle-to-home technology coming online? What sort of time frame do you see for that?
So at the minute, there are firms looking into it. I think it almost needs a collaborative effect in terms of not just the designers, its manufacturers, its developers, all looking into it and sharing their thoughts and experiences to see how we can make this better and how we can get this product to the market. So the likes of UKPN and people like that will be looking into it to see we're going to have short-term overloading from 4 till 6 o'clock in the morning in London. Can we use that energy that we've given to these batteries in the cars? Can we use that energy, harness it to make sure there's no overloading? So I think it's part and parcel of the manufacturers as well as the designers and others collaborating to ensure that the end result's delivered.
Oliver, coming to you if I may, what challenges need to be overcome in the installation of EV chargers in homes and commercial buildings?
Sure. So for generally, it's the amount of electricity that's obviously available to get that piece of equipment working, and obviously our learning engineers obviously better versed at all of that. But that's probably one of the biggest challenges we have right across the networks is connectivity to the grid, and it's very much applicable on the high power charging. We've been doing considerable work with some of the DNOs, as in the electrical distribution companies, to look at better ways of modelling the loads and the harmonics that get put on those loads. And that's to really try and help them not put massive bills in the way of getting the job done. And there's a lot of that happens in the background to try and get those guys educated to accept the equipment onto their networks at a lower cost for the grid that way. So I think that's one of the major points.
Very good. So the clue's in the name with your company name, Torrington GridServe. You're intimately connected with this subject area. What's your take on that question?
Yeah, so I think the really important thing, one of the really important things is to fully understand and think differently about power and energy. So, power gives you a capacity problem. There's only so much power you can use, but it's actually energy that drives your vehicle. So 1 kilowatt hour will drive a vehicle for 4 miles, typically. And the same with renewable energy. If you can, the solar system that I've just put on my home, I put a DC-coupled solar system on rather than an AC-coupled. So you can store energy for later without converting into AC. And so it's really important that we don't overload the AC network. And one of the good ways of doing that is to kind of look at DC-coupled technologies as well, and really looking at how we can balance the two together. And actually kind of beyond the home as well, something that we've learned. So we're building what we call sun-to-wheel, so generating energy in solar, in large solar farms typically, but also on homes, distributing it through chargers and accelerating the uptake of electric vehicles as well. And one thing that we've noticed is that on the public charging network, there's almost a perfect match between solar generation and consumption. And if we're going to balance the grid, and rightly speaking, GridServe, we think about that a lot. A lot of time people are kind of like beating, this DNO or that DNO, and why can't I have a good capacity and so on. But the reality is that the grid was not designed for what we're using it today. It's almost the opposite. So it was designed for a small number of very large power stations, which were very wasteful, but they produced energy constantly, they were centrally controlled, it distributed, the energy was just put onto the transmission network and then distributed. And it was fairly straightforward. And now we have pretty much the opposite. So we have a very large number of intermittent power stations that are decentralized in their control. They're producing, they're generating and distributing energy all over the place on the transmission network and distribution network. And surprise, surprise, the DNOs have to regulate voltage. If they didn't regulate voltage, then we're going to have power problems. And it's really, really important. And why we're GridServe is we think that if we're going to get to where we need to get to, we have to be part of the solutions. We need to serve the grid. We need to understand what the challenges are. And a big part of the clue in that is understanding the difference between power and energy. We need to provide solutions that can actually physically get us there, that can enable the grid to function, and really sensibly think through how we distribute and generate energy accordingly. And if we do that really, really well, then we increase the odds of us getting there as quickly as possible.
So I'll hand over to you, then I'll hand over to the audience for questions to this super insightful panel. But Sue, just a quick contribution from you before I do, please.
Build on what Todd's saying, though, that where we've been working on decentralised energy networks, there's a real need for sort of peer-to-peer energy sharing, and that whole sort of backlog thing of trying to deal with the DNO. We're working on Bicester Eco Town just up the road, and it took 2 years to held the whole project up waiting for them to agree to what we needed, even though we've got big PV on the roofs and I think with things, the increasing use of air source heat pumps, there's an increasing demand for electricity and increasing opportunities to get PV and decentralised energy networks. And we've been in conversations with Ofgem And it's a very grey area about whether you can sort of basically sell PV to your neighbour. But that's what we need, because what's the point in sort of sending it all into the grid and bringing it all back out again? You know, we need to be able to work the grid in a different way now, and it's sort of an emerging thing that's happening. So it'd be great to link up with all of you, I think, to sort of problem solve our way through this as quick as we can.
Very good. Thanks very much indeed. So open to questions from the audience now then. So there's a roving mic. Who has the first question for our panel, please? Could you raise your hand? We'll send the mic around. Who has the first question? Has someone at the back there? Thanks very much. Could you say your name and where you're from, please?
Hi, I'm Emmanuel. I actually live in Bista's Ecotown. And my question is, you've talked a lot about the infrastructure, the energy grid, etc. But inside the homes, how can you make sure that going forward there's a platform and that you can sort of hack the construction industry so that they start adopting this? Because in a place like the Ecotown, for example, we've got all the elements. We have solar PVs, we have EV chargers, etc. But actually we're completely unable to connect them and make them smart because of issues with the design of the houses, which are still from another age.
It's definitely a fast-moving situation, and we've got the first 400 homes built, and the first homes were built several years ago, so I think there's an opportunity going forward. We've got smart meters and what we call the shimmy in there, but there's definitely a need for better technology, which has come forward since they were designed and built. And maybe that's something, as a building services engineer, you could tell us what's the latest.
Well, absolutely. So looking into things like that, it's a growing problem, isn't it? So we've got an issue which we know we need to address. So it's now capturing that into our designs. We can look at the integration of, obviously everyone's got a smart meter in this room, I'd like to think so. So that tells us simply how much energy we're using. So can we make it smarter? Can we look at how much energy is my EV using? And when does my air source heat pump come on and how much is that using? And then look at, well, let's look at a cheaper tariff to say, can you charge my car between the hours of 10 and 12 o'clock when it's low carbon energy? And then also, you know, looking into the future, it's going back to what I said before, utilising potentially a battery to store that cheap energy and use at high cost, because energy costs are rising rapidly, aren't they? So that's something that we're going to start looking into our design work.
Can you talk to us? I can't even see you. All I can see is big lights. Can you come and find us afterwards? I can see a sort of project coming on.
Yes.
Very good.
Batteries really we think, can provide a really huge part of the solution. And the cost of batteries has dropped, you know, enormously in the last kind of 10 years in particular. And it's really batteries that allow you to differentiate between energy and power, you know, using free capacity when there is capacity to charge batteries, and on the back of that, providing power. So as an example, we've just got a site live in Cornwall. We only had 100 kilowatts of grid power. So we put in a 1 megawatt battery, and we charge that 1 megawatt hour battery when we've got available capacity. We also put a 60 kilowatt solar array on, and we're looking to do more there as well. And we connect the chargers to the back of the battery. So we've got now a megawatt of charging power off a 100 kilowatt grid connection. And you know, it's complicated because you then need some technology and controls to manage that. But really, batteries, I think, are at the very center of it, which is actually why in the middle of the GridServe logo, you see the symbol for a battery, because we think that really is at the heart of it.
Think about the embodied impact and the environmental impact of all the mining, for all the elements that are needed in batteries and all of that infrastructure. So it's just balancing that out to be as efficient as possible.
It definitely does, but there's also some really amazing stuff going on in terms of battery recycling.
Yeah.
So, I mean, there's an incredible company, Redwood Materials, the co-founder of Tesla, created it, and they're basically setting up programs to, you know, take all forms of lithium-ion batteries and, you know, put them through the mix, and not just come out all the materials that are recycled, but the actual components themselves to be shipped to new factories to make new lithium-ion batteries as well. So there's an awful lot of really clever stuff going, and you know, for sure.
Love it.
It's very important that we do, but it's also very important that we keep recycling and reusing as well.
We have time for one more question. We've got 2 more minutes to go. The man in the cowboy hat down at the front. There is only one man in a cowboy hat.
Thank you.
Not just
Yeah.
at the EV Summit, literally.
Look, I need to ask a question quickly. The horse is outside. Do you think we'll ever see an egalitarian approach to energy, whereby, for example, people that are lucky enough to have houses with big roofs, etc., can work with communities and housing that hasn't got a big roof, where they can benefit from solar energy, as you've alluded to? And I think there is an Australian company whose name escapes me for the moment that they're already doing this. It's sort of democratizing energy. But do you not think we need to see something like that? Because at the moment, take the electric vehicle arena, it still is the domain of the privileged few. And I think we need to see more democratization of these things to get real engagement and real traction at scale. So do you envisage any of that happening sort of in that direction?
Very quickly around the panel, because we are short on time. But
We're piloting projects like that in this decentralised energy model. But of course, whoever pays for the PV kind of wants their return, but the price is coming down a lot. But yes, we're experimenting with that at the moment. And that's where we came up against the off-gem fuzziness of the rules.
Ripple Energy is doing some pretty amazing stuff that allows you to connect people directly with renewable sources. I don't think that's quite gone to roofs yet, but I've no doubt it's coming. Not necessarily from them, but for sure.
Oliver, quickly from you.
Yeah, again, the technologies are key to all of these things. So if you can have your roof space or whatever thing you've got, and whether it's actually a given that you have to have it, then I don't think that's such a bad thing, because I think we've got to do something radical. So again, we have to do radical things to get there. So I'd have no issue with that at all.
Tom, a quick radical thing from you, please.
I think it's, like you say, you take a block of flats or an existing block of flats, you put PV on the roof. Who's entitled to that? Why don't the landlords have the energy, distribute it to people when they need it at lower tariffs? I think that's really fundamental, because there's a lot of existing residential buildings that don't really have any renewable technology. So let's put PV on it. Let's help lower the cost for people who need it when they're working from home or whatever. Let's use it that way first, and let's see what demand we have from that.
Very good. Thank you very much indeed. Thanks very much indeed to Sue, Tom, Toddington and Oliver for a super insightful panel. Thanks very much indeed for those great questions. We will break now for one of these all-important pre-arranged managed meetings, sessions of 45 minutes. Then we'll return this afternoon for the final panel of the first day of the EV Summit, the Geotab panel, data, fleet experiences and the road towards profitable sustainability. So thank you very much indeed to our panel, and we look forward to seeing you again shortly. Thanks very much. final panel of day one of the EV Summit 2022, where we look at the subject of data, fleet experiences, and the road towards profitable sustainability in partnership with Geotab. Thank you very much indeed, everyone, for joining us for this final session. And I'm delighted to say that joining us, we have Aaron Jarvis, Sales and Business Development for UK and Ireland at Geotab, Tina Mould, Sustainable Innovation Lead at Oxford City Council, and Steve Wolsterholm, Head of Fleet at United Utilities. Thank you very much indeed, everyone, for joining us. Super thrilled to have you on this final panel of the first day of the EV Summit. Aaron, I believe you have some opening words for us. Over to you for some opening thoughts.
Sure, I think we've got some slides, so I'll jump up to the button.
Thanks very much.
So, hi everyone, I'm Aaron Jarvis. I look after commercial development for the UK and Ireland at Geotab. So what that means is I am responsible for making sure that Geotab's vision of becoming the platform that underpins the connected car for fleet managers comes to fruition. Now, what does that mean? We want to fundamentally make sure that insight from the vehicles of our customers is available for them, both for their own purposes, for the management of their business, but also to the ecosystem that supports that business. Whether that's bringing in tyre pressure data into our platform or making service maintenance and repair data available into the ecosystem that supports that fleet to make sure that the vehicles can stay on the road. So that's one core pillar, and the other pillar that's important to us is providing the tools that are required for fleet managers like Tina and Steve to be able to run their business efficiently and make sure that they can achieve their goals. Now, a goal that I think we're all particularly interested in today is electric vehicle transition, and so I'm going to spend a couple of minutes just talking about one of the tools that we've created for fleet managers, which is our electric vehicle suitability assessment. So fundamentally, the electric vehicle suitability assessment leans on some of the key principles of Geotab, which is using real-world data to make decisions for a fleet. Now, the EVSA, as we call it, uses real-world data from ICE vehicles that are driving on the road and compares that to real-world data that we've seen in the world from electric vehicles. Now, what we're looking at in the ICE vehicles is their distances they're driving per day, the amount of money they're spending on fuel and procurement, and importantly, the temperatures and terrains that those vehicles are driving in, because as any fleet managers here will know that are trying to transition their fleet to electric, those are the key metrics that affect the range of electric vehicles. Now, we're comparing that to the real-world performance of electric vehicles in similar terrains, essentially. So for fleet managers like Steve, we'll put that into practice specifically for their fleet and allow them to look vehicle by vehicle at how they could transition and specifically which vehicles they could move to. But I think interestingly here today, I wanted to talk a little bit about a macro study we did in Europe looking at 46,000 vehicles and how many of those light commercial vehicles could transition to electric. And interestingly, we found that in terms of real world performance, up to 86% of those vehicles could transition to electric today, which is actually great. There's been a lot of panel sessions today talking about the anxiety of fleet managers and their drivers in terms of transition. And while we see that getting better as electric vehicles develop, we can see that in real world data that actually, a lot of the vehicles driving around Europe today could transition in terms of what they could do in the field. What's also interesting is up to 60% of those vehicles could transition economically. And what economically means is there'd be a lower total cost of ownership by transitioning to an electric vehicle. And what's important about the tool is it allows us to put in real-world data on the day that we're running the study. So, what is the availability of the vehicle? What is the cost of that electric vehicle today? And what is the cost of energy? So it's really important to be able to be flexible when we're looking for profitable sustainability. More importantly, I guess, in the in the guise of sustainability is what would that mean in terms of carbon reduction? You know, ultimately, we're all on this journey to help reduce greenhouse gases. And what we found is over the 7-year life of the average vehicle in our study, we could save something like 5.7 tons of CO2. And I think once we start to get into the detail of those numbers, it becomes very interesting. And that leads us into some of the other work that we help fleet managers with, which is, you know, helping them win business and helping them run their business based on the, you know, the up-and-coming carbon reporting requirements that each fleet has. And we're seeing increasingly with our customers that they're not able to win new business unless they're able to talk about their sustainability plans and how they report on that sustainability. And we're really focused on creating those tools and making sure that fleet managers can run their business and answer the questions they're getting from their sales teams and from their CEOs around how their business is making the transition. And that is probably enough about from me talking about Geotab. And I'm really looking forward to speaking with Steve and Tina here on the panel.
Thanks very much indeed for those opening insights. So we've just heard an interesting study there on the first stage of adopting electric vehicles, which is to find out to what extent EVs can meet a fleet's operational, financial and environmental needs, with a tremendous 86% of analysed vehicles being able to transition to range-capable EVs without having to charge midday. So I'd like to turn this over to the panel now in terms of what fleet panellists are now getting a better sense of where you are in your journey to fleet electrification. So Tina, over to you please on your fleet electrification journey.
Fleet vehicles, Oxford City Council, and they are across a number of different sectors. So we have cars, vans, tippers, street sweepers, refuse vehicles, and they work across, again, a number of different sort of parts of organisations, so building services, grounds maintenance, car parks, pest control, refuse collection, street cleaning, etc. We currently have around 25% of our fleet migrated to electric. Most of that is sort of light commercial vehicles. We have some other vehicles, so a refuse vehicle, a street sweeper, a couple of tippers that we've managed to migrate to electric, mainly through grant funding. And we reckon we can get to around 40% or around 140 of our vehicles under a sort of total cost of ownership model. After that, it becomes quite prohibitive just from a cost perspective, because a lot of the sort of larger heavy goods type vehicles like the refuse vehicles are so expensive, they're double the price of a diesel vehicle or an ICE vehicle, and therefore it becomes, we just don't have the funding currently to migrate the rest. So that's the biggest barrier for us at the moment is the cost.
When you're talking about your fleets, do you also include the commercial arm of Oxford City Council, Oxford Direct Services?
I mean ODS, yes,
Yeah.
so I meant Oxford
Okay.
Direct Services,
Great.
yeah,
Okay,
who
great.
operate all of our fleet, yeah.
Would you like to just give a quick note on how Oxford City Council and ODS work and what ODS please for the audience?
So yes, sorry, apologies. So Oxford Direct Services is the sort of workforce arm of Oxford City Council, and they operate and manage all of our fleet and provide all of those services for Oxford City Council.
For those of you interested in this interesting commercial piece, lots of city councils have commercial arms, local authority companies, LATCOs, so there are a couple of fleet opportunities working with some of the city councils. Steve, over to you at Fleet United Utilities. Can you give us a sense of your fleet experience, please?
Afternoon. So I'm Steve Wilson. I'm the head of fleet for United Utilities. So if you're not familiar, we are the water company that cover the northwest of England. And we have a fleet of around about 3,000 units. And if you name a type of vehicle, we've probably got it. So quite similar to Tina, really. So from your HGV fleet through to your van fleet, company car, through to plant tractors that we have on our operational sites. And we've set the pledge that by 2028 we'll have a 100% green fleet, so we've been incredibly ambitious with our target. And in terms of where we're at the journey at the moment, we're still quite early days in terms of the number of vehicles that we've transitioned over. But really kind of the focus for us over the last couple of years has been putting a lot of the foundations in place for us to do large-scale deployment of EVs. So going back around about 18 months ago, we didn't have any telemetry, we didn't have any knowledge of the detail of the vehicles to tell us whether or not we could transition over to electric. So we didn't know things like average vehicle range, we didn't know things like the maximum miles that vehicles would do on a day-to-day basis. And even in terms of like where those vehicles would dwell, where the basis would be, we didn't know that. So the big part of our transition has been to put telemetry in the whole fleet, which has been kind of our partnership with Geotab. And really what that's done now is given us our roadmap to 2028. So it's allowed us to kind of pace what vehicles we can transition to electric, and kind of what we will do in future years moving up to 2028. So that's on the vehicles, and then the other side of it, we've been deploying our own infrastructure, and we've got several thousand operational sites throughout the northwest of England. And we, at the moment, are in kind of the phase of the project deploying infrastructure on a lot of our operational sites, which again has been kind of informed through the data work that we've done with Geotab.
Aaron, could you give us some real-world insights into how you work with city councils, with large commercial fleets? What's your first point of engagement? How do you go through that journey in advising them?
Sure. So I think, am I on? Sounds like I'm on. So the key point is making sure that there's data there to look at. So, we always say at Geotab, you can't manage what you don't measure. And so, Steve's a great example working with United Utilities. We've moved from a situation where as a business they didn't have much measurement of what was happening with the fleet, and have quite quickly been able to get to the point where not only can we look at simple things that I was talking about before, like the range and temperatures that the vehicles are operating in, but also where they're dwelling overnight, as an example. So, it's quite common for a fleet manager of a large fleet to get to the point where actually there's some surprises in the fleet about, well, I thought actually most vehicles were parking at this depot, or I didn't realise actually how many of the fleet were parking in central London or on the side of the road, or where they were dwelling in the middle of the day. And by gathering that data, we're able to work with the fleet and the fleet managers to make sure that we're acting on real-world information and deploying infrastructure where it's required, and the speed of charging as an example where it's required.
Does your data deliver any interesting patterns between large commercial fleets and city local authority fleets?
Yeah, I think the most interesting insight is that how many similarities there are between fleets. And similarly, we're talking with some leasing companies earlier today, and actually the common issues that fleets face, whether they're a local council or a large utilities companies, tend to start to be the same, and that allows us to build those insights globally and share them with our customers. So things like making sure vehicles are kept on the road, things like drivers stopping for long charging breaks on rapid chargers when the business has deployed charging for them at home because they wanted to stop and have a nice coffee. They happen everywhere, and so it's the similarities are the shocking insight for us, I would say, or the most powerful insight.
Can you give us some insights into some of the surprises,
Sure.
maybe some of the positive surprises that you're able to deliver to clients, and maybe some of the less positive ones?
Sure. What would I say is positive? I think how quickly a fleet manager can discover the scale at which they could transition their vehicles. So most fleets that we start working with discover quite quickly that the range anxiety within the fleet is exaggerated, let's say. So suddenly there is a clear roadmap actually to transitioning. I suppose some of the less positives would be some of the low-hanging fruit that are in the fleet, which I would then spin as a positive. How many drivers don't think they can transition because of the amount of fuel they're burning in a day, but actually they're idling or they're not driving the vehicle very efficiently, and things like taking a demo vehicle, discovering that I can't do my job for the day, but actually when we look into the data, there's some coaching there, and actually the driver behaviour changes quickly lead to a transition to an electric vehicle.
Tina, what have you learned from a customer side from the data experience?
Because we went through a similar sort of exercise of kind of learning a lot about our fleet and then working out which ones we could migrate. I think what surprised me, I suppose, as much as anything, is actually how not easy, but how it is possible to match more electric vehicles than I thought there would be. And that's becoming increasingly easier to do because more and more models come onto the market. Because actually we find that most of our vehicles probably not doing more than 60 miles a day. So sort of battery range actually is not such an issue. And even then you get into the larger van areas where maybe the vehicle, the range of the batteries isn't so great anyway, but still you can quite comfortably do that range within on a day-to-day basis. And actually probably most of the time we probably only need to actually charge our vehicles maybe every third or fourth day. So I think that was one of the kind of surprising things that we learnt.
So moving on then, what strategies did you use to determine whether EVs are right for your fleet and to increase the viability of electric vehicles? Any interesting insights there? Tina, over to you maybe.
I think it's really, I would reinforce everything that everybody said, the guys said so far. Everything is about data. It's quite a scientific process. So you really need to understand about how your fleet operates, and having a really good telematics system or being able to get that data in is really vital. I mean, we didn't have that at the beginning. We had quite an outdated system, and we had to get all of the data, or just GPS data, trawled out of our existing vehicles, and then it was like 10 million records of a year's worth of data to be analysed to work out what the average distance was, what the furthest distance anything had done, what the outliers would be, how many CO2 emissions, how many NOx emissions. So having that information provided to you through a good system and having access to it is really essential, really. So
yeah. Obviously we're the EV Summit, we're all about promoting the transition to EVs, but has the data delivered any insights that suggest that certain use cases in your fleets are not suitable for EVs?
Well, I think there's some vehicles that, some of the vehicles that we have probably would be very difficult to actually migrate at the moment. And then there's other considerations. For example, some of the street sweepers, for example, we have, once you add a battery, they become quite heavy, and therefore there's certain areas of the street where they can't go because you can't add an extra load onto it. So there's a few bits and pieces we've learned along the way, but I think on most cases we probably could migrate it, most vehicles, if we could put everything else in place that we wanted to and had enough money to do so.
So Steve, any use cases that aren't suitable for EVs in your fleet world?
So we do. I mean, so we cover, like I say, about 3,000 vehicles, and it's to about 140 different roles. Now, where we cover in the northwest of England, we've got, big cities like Manchester and Liverpool, and for those, certainly more suitable for EV because generally our employees don't do as many miles. But on the flip side, we cover the Lake District, we cover the Ribble Valley, so it's a completely different experience. And I think certainly one of the things that has been really useful from the data is, I think where commercial fleet and transition into electric is different from cars is, I think if someone's driving an electric car, they've probably gone and done that research themselves. They've probably looked at, what's their average mileage that they do. They've probably done their own research into the vehicle, where they put the infrastructure. I think one of the big challenges that we've had certainly in my job is working that people change journey, and this is where the data has made a massive difference. Because if I take the employees that we're deploying EVs to, we've got some which are absolutely chomping at the bit. They want to be part of the future world. They want to adopt EVs. But then we get a huge spectrum where some of our employees really have quite serious anxiety about moving over to electric. And a big part of my role is how do we manage that people change journey. Now, what's really helpful in terms of looking at it from a data perspective and how we've worked with Geotab is we can take each employee through their journey, so we can show them what is the average mile that they're doing on any given day, what's the most that they've ever done on a given day, and then we can match that to the infrastructure that we're deploying. And what we've done is we've geo-fenced every one of our operational sites and where we've put the charging infrastructure, which basically allows us to tell an employee, well, you're doing an average of, say, 30, 40, 50 miles a day, but you will be based on one of our sites for X number of hours. And as long as we can match the dwell time on our operational sites where we've got the infrastructure with the habit and the driving pattern of that individual, then we can take each individual through that journey and give them confidence. And that's been one of the kind of the huge wins for us, and probably part of the transition to EVs that I don't hear much about is that people change journey, and it's absolutely critical to getting it right in an organisation.
So Aaron, are you considering setting up a data therapy unit within the Geotab business?
Yeah, potentially. I think, Steve's fleet's a great example of how they're looking at the data pre-transition, so they can look at driver behaviours before putting someone in an electric vehicle to show, basically you're driving in a way which will make it really difficult for you. Here's what you should do differently, and we're going to coach you in that way before we stick you in an electric vehicle. So actually, it's not a painful experience through the learnings that others have done before in the fleet.
Interesting question for maybe all of you. Is data enough, though? Is there still an emotional component in terms of that education, customer journey? And if so, what are those other barriers that once you've got the data, you still need these additional emotional variables in place?
Yeah, it amazes me the myth that you get around it even today. So, when we transition someone to electric, what we do is we take them out and we go through a training exercise with them and we personalise it. And I think that's the key thing, is we personalise the journey for the individual. And I think that's the critical thing which removes the emotion from it. And like Aaron said earlier in the presentation, most people assume they do more miles than what they actually do. And most people assume that electric vehicles won't do the amount of miles that they actually do. So when you combine them two, that's partly why we see that range anxiety. So I think the key is to kind of look people in the white of their eyes, take them through that journey themselves, but personalise it for the individual as well.
We seem to like using the word anxiety a lot in the EV sector, don't we? So interesting new data-led approach to how we deliver the transition anxiety piece and the answers to that question. Let's talk about charging infrastructure and how your data analysis and maybe the aggregated sense of that across all of your customers helps to deliver on their understanding of how to implement charging infrastructure. Could you share some insights on that, please, Aaron?
Yes, certainly. So made reference to it slightly before, but just knowing specifically where the vehicles are dwelling is really important. We're actually doing some work now with the Association of Fleet Professionals to help, as a country, the UK look at that. So we're providing the dwelling data aggregated for all of our customers, essentially, to help make available to fleet managers some insight to start to leverage with local councils and with local government to say, for example, there's thousands of drivers in this area that are parking on the side of the road. But actually, here's the data to prove that, to show that there's a market demand for it, so that a local council in one borough of London versus another might go out and try to procure some curbside charging. And I think that side of things, I think it's well known in the UK that quite a large percentage of van drivers are parking their vehicles on the side of the road at night. Making that data available in aggregate to help the industry is something that's quite important to us in terms of moving forwards.
Tina, you're doing some quality nodding over there.
I think it's it'll be a really, really useful bit of information. So yeah, we've been talking about similar lines. It's useful for the Highways Authority because they understand also about kind of usage on their roads, and they can think about how they're going to manage that road. But also from a provider of public infrastructure, it's also an essential bit of knowledge for us as well. So that, the more that we can do that and share information, the better it is for everybody. And I mean, from that perspective as well, from ODS and where we're putting our charging infrastructure, then Owen, who's the fleet manager, is sitting up there. We're looking at where we can put sort of more charging infrastructure for our own fleet, but potentially where it also then could also be utilised by the public. And so, can we get sort of collaboration and sharing of infrastructure? So, yeah, we use a lot of the location mapping, and GPS data is really useful for many perspectives.
Thanks very much. Steve, some insights from your side on how data's led to charging infrastructure implementation, please.
Yeah, so we've kind of got three strands to our charging strategy. So where we can, we've adopted home charging. We've deployed that on quite a few employees' properties. And that's a great solution because about 80% of our fleet is home-based. So we don't have the luxury of returning all the vehicles to a depot, charging them, and then everybody goes and does their job on a full charge. So we've had to charge out of hours, and that home charging is a great solution, really, and is a great kind of benefit for our employees. And then we've then looked at our own operational infrastructure, and as I say, we've got a huge number of operational sites around the northwest. Now, what we've done is we've geofenced all of them using kind of the geotab solution. So we understand the dwell time, the number of vehicles that go onto our own sites, and that's helped us determine kind of how many operational infrastructure charge points we need, the type, where we base them. And again, that's a great solution because what we didn't want to do when we deploy EV is introduce a lot of downtime for our employees. So we didn't want to take employees off their operational job, go and charge for an hour on a third-party site on public infrastructure because it introduces a lot of downtime for our employees. So where we can use that operational structure, we have, and that's what's been informed from Geotab. And then thirdly, where we don't have our own infrastructure, then we'll use the public infrastructure. And that is getting better and better in the northwest where we operate. So it's been them three strands that have been dictated really through the data that we've got on the fleet.
Very good. Thanks so much indeed. I'll hand over to questions from the audience, but before I do, if there are any online questions, please ask those questions through the chat box, and I'll see that online here. But questions from the audience in person, please. Any questions from anyone to anyone in particular? If you could raise your hand, we'll bring the roving mic around. There's a question here from a lady who I think I recognise called Sarah in the first few rows. Sarah, over to you. Where are you from and who is your question to, please?
I would like a bit of a panel debate on this one because this session is about profitability from EV charging. I'm Sarah Sloman. I work for Paythrough and we handle the payment transaction that happens once that charger is connected. So we know the average number of charging incidents that happen and what that costs, and we're working with fleets every day. And we know that a lot of fleets are proactively trying to balance their back to base depot charging, like you've brilliantly done at United Utilities, and you've geofenced yours, right? So you're encouraging people to majority use your own charge points. How did you fund those charges, and when do you see the tipping point coming for those charges that you've supplied for your employees to kind of pay off? What do you think other fleets should be planning for? 10, 12, 15 years?
Should I take that one to begin? So we've, as you say, so we put our own infrastructure in, and the cost of that is we found it to be relatively cheap to put home charging in place. We found it more expensive to put our own in place, but it really depends on what infrastructure costs is needed to actually put the charger on our site. And that's ranged massively. So if we've got the infrastructure in place already, we can literally just plug a charger on and it's a really cheap solution. If we've got to do significant power upgrades, then it is quite cost prohibitive. So we balance that with public infrastructure, and there isn't one size fits all. So if it's very, very expensive for us to put a charger in place, then we'll look at public infrastructure, or we'll actually hold off deploying EVs in that area until we've got the infrastructure in place. But generally what we found is we will only do it if it's cost comparable to diesel vehicles over the whole life cost of the vehicle. So if it's not, then we won't deploy EVs. And at the moment, the EVs that we're deploying based on home, operational, or public infrastructure are pretty much cost comparable over a 7-year life cycle. That's kind of what we've operated on.
Anyone else like to take that question?
Quite a complex thing. I think we had to get some upgrades for Cowley Marsh Depot to put some of our charging infrastructure in. So that was quite costly, and it cost quite a lot of time as well. And there's quite a time constraint getting those kind of things put in place. I think the total cost of ownership includes the charge point, etc. So we're including that in all of our assessments that we're making. The total cost of ownership for the light commercial vehicles we're doing okay with those. We can afford to transition those over, so that's okay. Time frame exactly is quite difficult to exactly determine because every instance is quite different. I think we're also putting home charging infrastructure in at some homes, and that's again, it's about a wider question. It's about our flexibility and the way that we manage our fleet and how reactive they can be. So in some instances, people taking vehicles home is the right solution. So I think it's quite a difficult one to actually pin down an exact answer for, if I'm entirely honest.
Yeah, and I would just say, looking at our customer base, it's certainly these feelings are reflected. So probably it should have been part of my answer about what's been surprising. So the fact that some fleet managers, or I would say probably most fleet managers, aren't aware of the infrastructure upgrade costs that can come if you suddenly switch a whole depot to electric has been something that we've seen in a lot of our customers. And so what we're starting to do now is try to build tools to help with that planning. So not only can you look at which vehicles could transition, but also look at the infrastructure that's in the site, because it's clearly something that's quite important.
Very good. Time for one more question, I think. Any more questions from the audience? Please raise your hand. Gentleman with a beard here. Can you give us your name and where you're from and who the question is to, please?
Yes, for everyone, actually. Simon Pickett from SSE Energy Solutions. We heard this morning about shared home charging, but I haven't heard a lot yet about shared depot charging. Does your data show opportunities there? Is that going to change funding models? Referenced the question before. And do you think that's something we'll see more of in the next 2, 3, 4 years and beyond?
So I think the data certainly shows that chargers aren't fully utilised all the time, I guess, as you'd expect. And so there certainly is an opportunity for that. And I think there's plenty of people in the audience that are probably trying to solve that by creating a scenario where it's easy to share. But the challenge always remains, do you want one of your competitors' vans branded up, parked in your depot charging? So it's possible, I would say, from Geotab's point of view.
I think for us, where we have partners, we are partnering. So some of our third-party organisations do work on our sites. So where that is the case, we are absolutely looking at that. And of course, it brings the cost down if you can reduce your infrastructure. I think there's more factors for us than just the cost of it. So it's things like the security of our sites and who we actually let on there. So there's a few more factors to it, but certainly if we can, absolutely, it's the right thing to do.
For that answer as well. It's about location, security, what you want to do with your business, I think, how it operates. But I think, as we all know, there isn't enough infrastructure out there, so the more that we can collaborate, share in the right circumstances, the better it is for everybody. You know, because the more throughput you get, the better price everybody's going to get in the longer term. So, yeah, the more we can do on that, the better.
Very good. Well, I'm afraid that's all we've got time for to close this final panel discussion of the 5th EV Summit. So it just remains for me to thank Aaron, Stephen, Tina for those really powerful insights on how data and telematics are driving the transition to electrification forward. So a round of applause to our excellent panel, please. One final speaker for the day, and I'm delighted to introduce in a little while Dan Bentham, the CEO of Fleet. But I'd just like to, before doing that, thank everyone for joining us here today for the 5th EV Summit in partnership with our headline sponsor Visa. We've obviously had some incredibly insightful talks here today. I know from previous EV Summits that insights gained here in this room have actually led to some transformational projects within the businesses that have been part of the EV Summit. So I look forward in a few short years' time to seeing some of those major projects come to fruition, like we've heard this morning with the £41 million Energy Super Hub Oxford, a project directly attributable to the first EV Summit. So I'd just like to once again thank our panel sponsors, and I now hand over to Dan Bentham, the MD of Fleet, who will join us for a final keynote. Thank you very much indeed, Daniel.
Thank you, Aid. Afternoon, everybody. So you'll be pleased to know that I'm the last speaker of the day, so I'm the only thing standing between you, your journeys home, or in fact, the drinks reception, which will be happening in the pavilion put on by Fleet after this, so please don't go anywhere too quickly if you'd like a drink. As Aid mentioned, I'm the CEO of Fleet. You may know me, but you probably haven't heard of Fleet. It's a new business. I'm happy to share with you. We are about 3 months old now. We launched in September this year. Fleet was created by Macquarie Green Investment Group. You may have heard of those guys. And I worked at Macquarie before. And really, we've created this business to finance, build, own, and operate high-power, large-scale charging infrastructure for fleets. So we're building out at depots, at hubs. So thank you, Simon, for that question. Nice lead into this keynote speak. But also along the highways as well. The difference being that we are working with fleets to solve the problems around capital investments, so turning CapEx into OpEx. And we're also building out a platform, so our CTO is in the building today as well, which will help fleets to optimize those assets, both in terms of the infrastructure that we put in place, working with partners around their fleets and their fleet data, but also to capture every low-cost, low-carbon electron so we can charge those vehicles with renewable power at every single point possible. So that's enough about Fleet. That's enough about me. I'm here to wrap up the day, and normally what you do with the wrap up the day is you highlight some of the key talking points of the day and try and find the golden thread to pull it all together. And I will do that in a moment. Firstly, I'd like to thank A. Thomas and the GreenTV team for putting on the EV Summit. So we can put our hands together for that. Anybody who's worked with the team over the last few months have realized the challenges they've gone through to make sure today happens. And even though they chose today, we've still got rail strikes and snow. And we're all still here. So fantastic. Thank you, Aid, and thank you, the team. I'd also like to thank you all for being here as well. You've all battled through the elements to come here, and I think you all deserve a round of applause as well. You may not be here tomorrow. Hopefully you will be. But thank you for coming. And then the third point, really, I want us all to take a moment or two to reflect on the conversations we've had today and some of the presentations that we've seen. So to echo some of the points made by Aid and some of the other presenters today who were around in 2018, it's really important that we take time to let some of this information sink in, and we then start to think about what might be in 4 or 5 years' time. So I was here in 2018 at the EV Summit, not working for Fleet or Macquarie at the time, but my teams were on stage talking about EVs and really trying to put to bed this concept that EVs are part of a problem for the energy system and the electricity grid. So I was head of research at EDF at the time, And really, we were putting forward that EVs are not part of the problem, they're part of the solution. If you can manage EVs in the right way, you will overcome the capacity problems that people are talking about. You will also open up the options around integrating more renewables onto the electricity system and ultimately deliver low carbon, net zero transition at a lower cost. So that's what we were putting forward. And on the same day, we heard from GridServe and Toddington around their great plans around building up their electric forecourts. And on the same day, we also heard about the Oxford Super Hub as well. And fast forward 4 or 5 years, those things have started to come through to fruition. You can now charge at the Oxford Super Hub. And it also has batteries. And it also has the means to integrate into the energy system to allow greater renewables to be deployed onto the grid. Not causing any problems. I don't think it's gone down at all. Actually, I think it's a great success. And we've also heard from Toddington and the things that they've done. So not only at Braintree, but also the other sites, and also now adopting the ecotricity network as well, and building out across that. So 4 or 5 years is a huge amount of time in the EV space. So much happens in that time. And so when we reflect on today's conversations and the presentations, I've made a few notes. Some people actually put dates against their objectives, which is quite nice. So it makes it easy then to try and track that and see if they hit those. But it's worth reflecting on that to see what can be achieved in the next 4 to 5 years and to make sure that we continue to have those conversations at these events. So, getting over to the golden thread and some of the highlights. So I believe, I wasn't here for the start, by the way, I was late. Snow. But AID started with the World Cup, and the analogy there that the EV Summit has some similarities with the World Cup. I think it's a great analogy. I also know that now that if I'm going to sponsor the EV Summit, I have to sponsor the World Cup first. So thank you very much for that one. Then we talked about networking and Leo from Louise Upton. So I'm quite familiar with Leo. It's a project which has been ongoing now for quite a while and very successfully. And again, it's around that theme about integrating lots of technologies into a grid, operating in an intelligent way, adopting more renewables and reducing our carbon emissions. So fantastic to hear that that's still ongoing. Visa, payment experience. We should make EV charging as easy as buying a cup of coffee. Maybe with fewer options, perhaps, on that one, but that's something which we should all aspire to, and maybe pay through, and others might be doing more in that space as well. So let's keep an eye on that for the next 4 to 5 years. Thinking about then our range anxiety, and a couple of numbers here from Shell Recharge. So by 2025, 500,000 charge points to be connected to the Shell Recharge app, if I got that correct, not on there. And then by 2030, 2.5 million charge points. So some dates there to keep an eye on. Improved corporate finance, smart charging and monetization of that. So yes, today the technology is really getting there in terms of smart charging, vehicle to grid, vehicle to X. But what about the markets that surround that? So perhaps in the next 4 to 5 years, we'll start to see markets that will open up and they allow us to then start to make some money in that space and make it pay for itself. We had Jonathan Goodman from Polestar. Some key numbers there, 11,000 Polestars in the UK today, working on their net zero car production ambition, and also looking at the provenance of materials, so using blockchain. So perhaps in the next 4 to 5 years, blockchain will finally start to pay off in the provenance space, and we can start to track some of the materials used in car production. Moving forward to Tim Slatter from Ford UK. 9 electric models to come to market, from the Puma to the Transit. 600,000 EVs to be sold by 2026. So that's only 4 to 5 years away. It's another great ambition to have out there. But 100% by 2035. And for ABB, talking about some of the challenges around improving our buildings. So this is moving away from the hub model, the high power recharging model, but thinking about how do we then look at building standards and deployment of chargers at homes and at businesses to create that network that we need so much of. So perhaps by 2025, 2026, we might see more in that space. It's quite interesting, actually, on that one, because I worked under on a different scheme many years ago under the Code for Sustainable Homes, and we started to see a real uptake in low-carbon technologies. So when people started talking about heat pumps and solar PV, they were going into homes at that time, and there was a rowback on those standards in the market. And so we started to see actually those technologies were not being adopted at quite the same rate as they once were. So perhaps that's where some of the regulations and standards that we've been talking about on that panel might need to be looked at and start to be reinforced. And then coming through to fleets at the end with Geotab and that panel. So 86% of Geotab's fleets could be BEV today. That's quite a number, but they're not. So perhaps that's a challenge there that could be taken up. And 60% would automatically have a lower total cost of ownership than with diesel. And going back to United Utilities' point, well, if that's all it takes to transition across is to be cheaper than diesel, why are those 60% not already battery electric vehicles? Maybe something to happen in the next 4 to 5 years. And then United Utilities, I might have got this wrong, but by 2028, 100% green fleet. So that's a great ambition to have. So perhaps at the EV Summit in 5-6 years' time, we'll have that on the stage there as we've achieved that from United Utilities. So to pull out the golden thread from all of that, it's quite challenging because it's quite a mix. But there's something in there around, there's still a need for, to improve customer and driver experience. So today, EVs, or at least up until recently, has been very much an area for pioneers and early adopters, and they've been willing to put up with the niggles. Chargers not working, a million different ways of paying, EVs not having the range. But we're moving out of those pioneers and those early adopters, we're moving into the mass market. So we really need to find a way of creating something which is convenient, as little effort as possible for drivers, and is something which can really beat the diesels out there in terms of experience and as well as total cost of ownership. So hopefully that's summed up the day for you. Hopefully most of you will be able to join us for drinks after this. And with that, I'd like to hand over to A. Thomas to close the day.
Just super quickly from me, three things. Number one, thanks to Dan for being a real pioneer across many years, driving the sector forwards, done an incredible job. He's an absolute mountain of knowledge in the sector. Secondly, I'd like to thank him for having just done my job for me in terms of summing up the day. And thirdly, I'd like to thank him for putting his cash behind the bar for the drinks networking session this evening. Never has a greater platform for establishing some really exciting ideas happened than over a drink. So let's all have a drink, get stuck into some drinks networking, and look forward to seeing you at the drinks reception in the Partner Pavilion. Thanks very much indeed, everyone, for a great first day to the EV Summit. Thanks a lot.